This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone from South Africa. It may not be afternoon where you are, but it's definitely afternoon here, and the sun is still very, very high in the sky. It's extraordinarily bright. I can't even see if I'm looking into the sun. It's a very, very hot winter's afternoon, I must say. So it cools down rapidly, the sun sinks rapidly, which means animals will get moving, which is a good thing. So we won't just be coming to you live from Djuma Private Game Reserve. We will be coming to you live from many different locations, from vehicle and on foot. So get ready, everybody. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone, for your bumpy safari. At least on Wendy it's going to be bumpy, that's for sure. Hi, my name is Lauren. I do have Dobby on camera, and I always position myself so that I look into the sun. I really need to be better at that. It's not ideal. Now, we're going to keep bumbling because I believe elephants are at the dam, wallowing just like they were yesterday. And I would love to see that. I'd love to show that to Dobby. So we're going to sort of make our way there without losing any time. It's sort of an event that doesn't seem to go on too long. it finishes relatively quickly. So before I forget, as I bumble towards the elephants, the safari is live and interactive, which means you're watching it as it happens and you can talk to us. You can do that in a number of ways, whichever you prefer. Hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat, or you can head over to the WildEarth website. You can register and then submit your questions under the live safari page. I'm just also scanning around. We have a funny feeling Tungana's in the area, so that's why I've got my head turning from side to side. And kids, if you're watching, most importantly, we do want you to talk to us. And you send us an email with your question, your name, your age, and I want to know your favourite animal. I have many favourites of favourites, but I want to know your favourite, so send in your questions. Now, other than the elephants, my plan for today is really just to bumble. We've had a lot of lucky drives. I'm just going to bumble, see what we can find, possibly be on Gowrie Main for sunset, lurking around to see if I can get any hyena action. I'm trying very hard to catch that den active and no luck so far, but I'll keep trying. Normally out here, luck pays off. So that's my plans. We had Maribs this morning, which was such a joy. He did cross back into Chitwa. And I think Tandy's still in Chitwa. Ooh, that was quite a bump. Are you okay there, doggy? I think Tandy is also on Chitwa as well. I really hope we can make it round to see these elephants. We've came a long way, so there's a chance we won't, but we'll give it our best shot. Bumpiest roads, but I'm going to do my best to hold on to my cameraman. And as we bumble towards those large animals, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Perfect weather for an afternoon safari by the looks of things all around across all of our various locations this afternoon. Seems like we're going to have good sunshine, and so hopefully the animals will be out. My name's Tristan. On camera I've got Morgan this afternoon, and well, we're bumbling slowly at this stage. It's still hot, and so I don't expect too much movement from many of the animals. Most of them should be in the shade by now, and if not in the shade, making their way towards water. So what we're going to do is we're just going to slowly head southwards. We're going to try and scratch around at Treehouse Dam, Twin Dams, and then slowly head east, see if we can find any sign of Marips and maybe even his mother, which would be nice. It's to see both of them, and I haven't seen them for a while, so I'd like to catch up with the two of them and to spend a bit of time with those two. So that's the kind of plan so far. I was actually, when we finished drive this morning, and it's naughty of me from before drive is that I didn't notice, but I suppose it is quite dark at that time, and we had no power this morning, so there wouldn't have been any lights on the paths. And I was naughty and walked without a torch this morning. For those of you that ever come to the bush, don't be like me. Don't walk without a torch. That's very, very, very bad advice. It's walking without torches is how you get killed out here. But anyway, I didn't walk with the torch, so I didn't notice, but there were tracks for Tingana, I would imagine, or a male leopard, walking right through camp past our vehicles and then between our rooms, and then down towards Gallagher Pan. So I'm sure Lauren will follow up there. But it'd be nice to see if he pops out somewhere later this afternoon. He's clearly just been sausaging off quarantine since the last time Lauren had him in that area. Alright, so while we head off towards Treehouse and Twin and beyond and see what we can find, let's send you across to John so he can say good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to our afternoon safari here on Tswalu Kalahari. We have a beautiful starting scene of close to a local waterhole. Lots and lots of game gathering to have their drink. My name's John. I'm going to be your guide for the afternoon. Expert cameraman is Gerrit. He's going to be keeping an eye on the animals for us. And yeah, we're gonna be looking around and really bumbling to see what we can find. Hopefully, if we get lucky, we'll pick up some fresh lion tracks. But for now, let's enjoy the scene. Lots and lots of wildlife gathered around here this afternoon. Some beautiful Burchell zebras. There's lots of helmeted guinea fowl. Some red hartebeest in the background. We've got springbuck, we've got oryx. So everybody's concentrated after what was a rather chilly start to the morning. The sun has come out. It's a beautiful afternoon temperature now. And like most creatures, when it does warm up, they're all looking for a little drink. So everyone's come down, probably had their drink already and preparing for the afternoon to start getting cool again. Mary, you are correct. It is always great to see a good variety of wildlife in one area. As we are hitting the winter season, we're going to be starting to see a lot more of this. You know, animals that are reliant on drinking will for sure be concentrating closer to water, and it gives us these opportunities. And lots of other stuff always around. We've got a lovely little Kalahari scrub robin there. A few minutes ago, we were looking at that ground squirrel, which, as you should know, are very common out here. But let's enjoy this amazing scene.
Well, while John enjoys his amazing scenes, we've just stopped off at Treehouse Dam to watch a warthog who's got a wet bottom and has obviously been wallowing. It's very, very peaceful out here, and that's because anything that's standing in the sun that hasn't got a wet bottom is probably getting third-degree sunburn. So that's why there's not much around, and once this warthog has decided to have a little mud bath, it's probably going to go and try and find some shade. Serious-sized warthog, though. Off he goes. It's the longest sighting I've had of a warthog in a long time. I think it's so hot it doesn't even want to run away from us at this stage. Just wanted to have a little mud wallow and then disappear off into the bush. Now, in front of that warthog, in the tree in front, is a nice starling, which you'll see right over there. There we go, Morgan. That was convenient, wasn't it? Very. And we'll just sit and enjoy as our starling grooms itself and goes about a bit of preening close to the waterhole. That's obviously been bathing in the water, and now it's just getting everything all back into place and drying itself off a little bit. Birds often at this time of the day will be close to the edge of the water and just bathing and getting those feathers into decent condition. It's like the little starling dance. Very cool. Alright, well, we'll probably leave our starling to itself. Treehouse Dam is fairly quiet for the most part, so we'll probably kind of head off and go and sort of scratch around towards Twin Dams, and like I say, then head eventually down towards Chitwa and see what we can kind of find lurking around that waterhole.
Well, we found them. We just had a lovely experience of watching them all one by one walk across Gowrie Dam Wall. They've sort of all moved off a little bit now, but I mean, there's nothing like sitting on the other side of the dam and just watching them, a big parade of elephants. Ah, it's so lovely. Oh, these two are coming down to drink, Dobby. Look, these two have been shoving each other for about 5 minutes now. They look roughly the same age, roughly the same size, and they just keep wrestling with each other. Oh, sweet. See? Look at them. They look really similar in size. Oh. They're all coming. This is really spectacular. I'm just going to let you enjoy this for a while. You hear my voice enough. Chuck, I'm glad to hear it. This has already made your day. Mine too. I've had a good day. But this has definitely made the day complete. Look at this one waiting, Dobby, you see? It's just been paddling. Look at its little wet legs. Huh? You see? They all look like they've got socks on. have a funny feeling it's just the same herd we saw this morning. I think I see that large pregnant female. She's away up the embankment, but I could be wrong, of course, but I have a funny feeling it might be the same herd. This has just been truly spectacular. I'm definitely not going to move. We're going to try and keep up with this herd, and you guys are going to head over to Dyke to say good afternoon.
Yeah, we just found a giraffe here. Hello and welcome everyone to your live African bush safari. My name is Dyke Koza and Owen behind me on the camera, and then we're gonna be driving around this afternoon and see what we can find. But so far we find this beautiful giraffe here, of which to me that looks like a male giraffe, even though he's behind the trees. He's just standing there in this heat. You wonder why he decided to stand in a heat like this, because it's so hot. Normally an animal like that will be standing on the shade. As you can see, slowly moving. Maybe it's just checking carefully, because they know they're very vulnerable to predators like lions. So that's why he's walking and stopping, unless he's picking up a scent of lions or he's seeing something that he's trying to figure out what it is. Yeah, that's definitely a male giraffe. I'm just going to try reverse a bit and see if we can see him properly, and then I'll be able to tell you why I think it's a male. There we go. If you look at the horns, they look worn down because the males fight for dominancy, and then otherwise the male's horns will be thicker and worn down from fighting, and the females are thinner and hairy on top, but the males grow slightly larger than the females. As you can see, there's very distinctive white at the back of his ears, because these animals feed in a very elusive structure, of which sometimes you can see one male is more than what you can see, but they can see each other from a distance above the treetops, just like all the animals that have following mechanism, like the lions have the black behind the ears, black tip of the tail, to see each other when they're walking through long grass, more especially for the cubs, to see the adults when they're walking through the bush. As you can see, this giraffe is disappearing now into bushes there. He's possibly assessed or checked the area properly. Yeah, we're just going to carry on and see what we can find. And then let's go over to Steve and say hello to Steve. Yes.
Good afternoon and welcome on board, everybody. Welcome to Eco Training Pridelands. Hello, my name is Steve, joined by Paul on camera, and I'm delighted to be back on camera and sharing this place with all of you. I hope you are as excited as I am. Now, before we commence on too much of the walk this afternoon, I found a very nice bit of elephant dung. Very, well, it's dry, semi-dry, and it's got lots of medicine inside. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to bless myself and Paul and Dion Henrik over here, just over there in a nice sandy patch. So I'm going to basically smudge this. If you've heard of smudging before, basically cleansing an area, people of evil spirits, and all that sort of thing. There's lots and lots of medicine in elephant dung. They collect huge amounts of medicine as they move through the landscape. And because everything is very dry, I'm just going to make sure I do it just over here in a very sandy patch, so I don't set this place on fire, because we don't want to do that. Just arrived back this afternoon. I don't want to be setting the whole of Pridelands on fire, although they have had a couple of burns that they've put in so as to protect themselves against fire from the outside. Fire is a natural driving force here in these ecosystems, as are elephants, and we'll delve into all of them. Are you ready? And Paul, I'm going to burn you as well, my friend. I'm not going to burn him. So smudging, everybody. In South Africa, we use a product known as mpepu, which is kind of white sage. And you basically, with the elephant dung, you just want to get the smoke. And you just sort of bless the body, eradicate any evil spirits there might be, any negative energies. And Paul, you like that smell? And it can be inhaled for clearing of headaches. There's so much medicine inside elephant dung. Let's just get Jan in the middle of the road just so. There we go. Look at that beautiful smile, eh? Look at that. Just cleansing all the way around. All the way around. How does that feel? Blessed. Now, he's feeling blessed. I'm not sure if you can see. Quite easy to light fires with elephant dung. It smoulders quite nicely, and I could actually sort of close it in a little container, and I could take that to another place and almost start another fire if I wanted to. Very, very good for lighting fires. But Paul, have you been blessed properly? Just going to walk around and keep blessing him as we go.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Wow, very interesting. As you can see there, we've got hippo and one just gone under the water, which is very unusual for these animals to have their bodies just like that. They were just outside the water and they had us coming and they quickly ran into the water. They must have not fared very well last night. As you can see, that one is doing some flips in the water. Yeah, may have not fared very well last night to be out the water, but sometimes you never know, because there's still enough grass, even though they're known as very sensitive to sun, because they're known as like having a very sensitive skin to the sun. Sometimes when they're really hungry in a water hole like this, they'll come out the water and graze not far from the water. If they feel very hot, they know they're not too far from the water. I think this is what these animals have been doing. So as they had us approaching the water hole, they went back in the water. So this looks like they might as well move out a bit early this afternoon, because it looks like they're very persistent to go out and graze. Yeah, otherwise people sometimes think of these animals because they very well known by killing more people in Africa, and wonder why they're not one of the big five or the famous big five. Big five is just the name or the hunting term. Came from the trophy hunters, which are the 5 most dangerous animals to hunt. But these animals have never been hunted for trophy. That's why they're not one of the big 5. And I'd say mainly in areas where people rely on rivers for water, because they come out at night to go and graze, make sure they're back in the water early the next morning. And then sometimes early in the morning you go down the river to fetch some water or wash your clothes. And yes, very much so, Lisa, because these animals spend almost the whole day in the water. So they'll be playing in the water, especially when there's lots of young ones. But here we don't have that many oftenly in one beautiful water hole like this. As you can see, it's just the 2 hippos there. Otherwise, we don't have a permanent flowing river, perennial river that flows all year round. So these animals keep moving from one water hole to another. Sometimes you come here, there's only one hippo, maybe 6, 8, or 10 animals altogether. Yes, that's when you'll watch them playing and yawning in the water. They really do play in the water, yeah. You can see they just back in the water. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, sometimes you go down the river to fetch some water early in the morning, and then on your way out, these animals are on the way back, and you happen to be using the same path as they do, and they see you between themselves and the water, which is their territory. That's when they can be really aggressive. Sometimes people go on a canoe or boat cruise and separate the adults to the young. That's when they knock over the boats and kill people. But that doesn't happen very often. Once in a while you'll hear of these incidents. It's not that they'll just go out and attack people. They just do that for like self-defense or when you're in their territory. Yeah, so we hope they're gonna come out just before sunset. It will be really nice to see these animals, because it doesn't look that big when he's in the water until they start to leave the water, and then that's when you appreciate the size of the animal, because sometimes if he's walking facing away from you, because of the size, you might think it's a rhino or young elephant. That's how you appreciate the size when they outside the water. But now you just see the heads. Looks like a rock or piece of wood that's in the water. But they're really large animals. Some people always say they want to see a hippo yawn, but that yawn is not really yawning. We refer that to yawning, but normally that's like a territorial display showing how large or how big the teeth are. And then, yeah, so when the young ones are still very young, or leave the young in the water. That's when you guarantee that you'll find hippos, because even if not all of them that are going to come back to the same water hole, the mother will definitely come back to where the young one is until the young starts grazing grass. That's when they will start move along with the adults. This is a beautiful water hole though. We just hope something else, maybe a nice beautiful herd of elephants can come down to drink in this beautiful light. It will be really nice to see a herd of elephants coming down to drink this time of the day, because the light is so beautiful, nice and warm, beautiful temperature. Yeah, let's hope these lions maybe might come over here as well, because most of the prey species are going to come here before sunset to get that drink, last drink of the day. So sometimes lions will just lie on the shade of a tree and wait, because they know there'll be huge traffic of animals coming down to this water just before sunset. As you can see, these hippos are moving slowly towards us. Let's see what these animals are going to do. I might see one of them yawning. Yeah, we're just going to carry on and see what else we can find, hoping to find something really exciting. Let's go over to Lauren and hope Lauren finds something that you can look forward to see.
We've just been following two slender mongoose, not one but two, and I'm convinced they're playing games with us. They run along the road, stop, look back at you, then keep running, then look back at you. I'm not sure we're going to get any more views up in the hill. I think our mongosta have long disappeared. We are heading to our next water hole. The temperature today is actually very hot. There's a nice gentle breeze, but it's hot. I think water holes really are the perfect place to check. I'm wondering if Miss Tlalamba will cross back in. She crossed out this morning into Hoffman's, which is really not good. It's not ideal. But I think she's going to cross back in again. She's not going to go too far into Hoffman's. Chelapan's still got a fair bit of water in it. This is a sort of hidden pan. It's not immediately obvious. We've had some really wonderful sightings here. See, there's still a fair bit of water in here. This makes the ideal drinking spot for many animals. This is not losing water anytime soon, unless a large herd of elephants come along and decide to splish splash. Then naturally, the volume of water in this pan will shrink. What do you think about trying for the wig, Stav?
Good.
I'm desperate to see them. I'm desperate to show them both to all of you guys, Mr. and Mrs. Wig. I saw them before I left. We had signal and we had them. But I haven't seen them since coming back this stint, and I really want to spend some time with them. Journey of a bird is really, it's actually really special. A bird in the wild, that is, not in a cage and not in captivity. A bird in the wild is really special. To watch it grow, survive, all the sort of developmental changes. to become this creature that just takes to the sky, something so foreign for us. I mean, we can't fly. We can't sort of get up there. Yes, in an airplane we can, but not by ourselves. We don't have these incredible appendages known as wings that just give us lift, and up into the air we go. I think following the journey of a bird is really special, and we've been very lucky at WildEarth to follow quite a few individuals. And I'm hoping that the wakes deliver this year. Another little wake. It's a tricky signal spot, but if the birds are there, we'll make it work, that's for sure. Sabi, are you hearing anything? Oh, I'm hearing nothing. I've got silence. A little bit worrying. Got silence in my ears. Okay, we're going to pop into the Mawati now. One of my favorite places to be on the reserve. And see what we can find down here.
Well, perfect timing, because Marips has just vomited up a whole bunch of stuff, which can't be very pleasant. I mean, he's even shaking his paws at the fact that he did it. So you guys managed to miss a rather disgusting amount of things coming out of his mouth. What he's been eating, I have no idea. But he has. As you can see, he's now moving off slightly. Yeah, I'm surprised he's moving at this time of the day. It's hot, so I didn't expect him to kind of be moving around. I'm just going to try and sort of straighten a little bit for Morgan. Just try to go straight back. See what he does. So there we go. Morgan says he's cool, and we've got him there. It seems like he's watching something now. I don't know if maybe he's spotted a warthog or something milling about on the burnt area. There's quite a number of antelope that have been using this fire break section, which is where he's staring at right now. He's kind of looking out over that area, and he's very much fulfilling the mold of young male leopard at this stage. This is exactly how they are. They probably, I would say, the easiest cats to find if they are in an area where you can go, because they typically, I suppose females too, but males more so, they love little water points, and once they get left somewhere, they typically just amble around those areas. And if they're relaxed little males, well, then you can get the most epic sightings of them. And that's pretty much what's been happening with Marips of late, is he's pretty much hung around Chitwa non-stop, and he's moved a little bit now towards the sort of boundary road where, you know, he's kind of chilling out. Boy, it's hot on that sand. Why do you want to sit there? That seems like a silly place to sit. It must be so hot in the sand there, but I suppose if you're a little prince cat, you can sit wherever you like. It's also on the main road, so he's going to get covered in dust if he sits there, cars that come past. So what I might actually do is just move so that I can park in the road, just to slow anybody that might be moving on this road. The main road that is the access road for all the different lodges is here, so you often get staff going up and down and delivery vehicles, although they should be done by now. So I just always like to be in the road then, just to make sure we kind of don't have anyone moving too quickly down the road and, like I say, showering him in dust and various other stuff. And I'm happy to see him. He's obviously been, I came to try and find him yesterday. Was yesterday? I can't even remember now. I think yesterday afternoon or yesterday morning we came to try and find him, and we didn't have any luck. So I'm glad that we managed to get a sighting of him now this afternoon. And it's amazing. This morning would have been a much better time to to check it, but a lot of you often remark on the coloration of our leopards, and we always talk about Tandi's lineage generally having this rich, beautiful orange coat color. But if you look at Mariep's, he's much, much, much lighter. And so if you go from this morning with Kalamba and Mariep's and you put them side by side, you'll see just how much lighter he is. And even if you get a photo of Tamba, for example, at a similar age, and you put them side by side, the coat colors are vastly different. And that must be from the male genetic, because Tandi, in her offspring from Tingana, which we think is not 100% confirmed, but Kalamba and Tamba, they would have this sort of dark, beautiful orangey gold coat, whereas Mulawati, who we suspect is the father of this particular cub, is much, much, much lighter in coloration and more kind of straw yellow color. And so that combination has obviously produced a much lighter individual. But her previous litters were mostly quite dark orange in their coloration. He's kind of just cleaning up his paws. I love this cat. He's so full of nonsense and just as relaxed and as cool a cat as you could ever ask for. We often remark about how lucky we are to have cats of this relaxed nature in our area, and he's definitely one of them, and he's kind of become a little rock star in his own right. I don't think he's quite got the status of his cousin in the form of or uncle, should I say, in the form of Hosanna, but he's certainly trying to do the best that he can to try and attract as much attention. All right, I'm going to just reposition slightly so we have a slightly better view, and then we'll kind of see what he gets up to for the rest of the afternoon. Well, I'll just kind of try and just reposition quickly just to see if we can't get ourselves a slightly better kind of visual. I'm just going to go forward slightly. That's much better, and then this way we also stop people from kind of flying down this road a little bit and kind of keep them from driving into him. Amazing, and just lying right out in the open. You would think a leopard wouldn't want to lie in the sun. It's like I've been saying, it's very warm this afternoon, so you would think that he would try and find some shade, but clearly he just wants to be a little show pony this afternoon, and so he's going to lie out in the nice warm sun and have a little nap in the soft sand. Well, we'll sit with Mariep's, like I say, for most of the afternoon. Hopefully he's going to get up to all kinds of mischief, because it'll just be an absolute treat to spend some time with him and his antics.
Welcome back to Pridelands, everybody, and welcome to a lovely elevated position where we found ourselves a little bit of shade up on top of this dolerite sill or dike. And you might not see it from the angle you're in, but sitting on beautiful dark rocks over here, The dolerite is a intrusive igneous rock. Now, that might be quite difficult for many people to understand, but if we think about the Earth's crust, like my stick, and all the molten rock underneath, and the lava is molten rock that comes up and explodes onto the Earth through a volcano, or it just cracks and runs along the floor under the ocean. Now, a dike is essentially the same thing, but never comes to the surface. So lava is extrusive because it comes out of the crust. Intrusive doesn't, like granite, dolerite, gabbro. So basically it comes up as like a ball, or maybe as a long line. There's a crack in the surface, and it comes up and it fills that crack like mayonnaise in your hamburger when you squash it. But it never gets to the surface. And then over millions of years, the surface gets weathered down to reveal this rock standing out and proud above it. And that is what we're sitting on. Right over here, very beautiful rock. It's quite dark, quite coarsely grained. And it's slowly breaking down with heat of the temperature, the sun and the heat, the cold mornings, the hot afternoons. Over millions of years, this rock slowly weathers and breaks down. And at the same time, we've got all of these lovely little bits of lichen over here, which are bacteria and fungi forming a symbiotic relationship. And they are actually eating the rock as we speak. They're slowly digesting the rock, breaking it down, living there on the southern side of this face. These lines of lichen are quite nice for directing yourself. We are facing right now directly north, and the lichen is facing towards the south in the southern hemisphere. That's a very nice way of orientating oneself. The northern hemisphere, that's the opposite way. The northern-facing slopes in Europe are much cooler than the south-facing slopes in South Africa. Australia, it is the opposite. Well, everybody, it's lovely to be back. It's lovely to be back on foot as well. It's very interesting. I actually had a very nice family on trail last week. Marion, Louis, Francois, and a couple others. The names almost slipped my mind in the moment, but and Hendrik's parents. How's that for synchronicity? Here I now find myself with him looking after me on walks, which I think is quite special. But we are going to just spend a little moment on these rocks, just having a look at the beautiful view. You can imagine being sort of a shepherd or a herd boy back in the day. Maybe you were minding some animals, or just sort of spending some time out of the heat of the day, waiting for it to cool down before going to look for some more food. And these sort of vantage points with a bit of shade, it would be a wonderful place to just take it easy while waiting for the coolness of the day once more. Well, let's go send you back of the Tristan, who is loving his leopard.
Well, as you can see, Marips is just sitting, taking it ever so easy, well, being a posy cat at this stage, which is exactly what we wanted. It's quite funny because he was kind of hidden when we first came into this area, but now that he's been spotted, he's like, all right, well, I'll just come and lie right out in the open so that you can all get the perfect visual of me, and I can show off as best as possible. Like I say, he's like a little show pony now. You can see he's just lying in this nice little open cut mitre drain. So this is cut specifically to allow water off the road, but it makes the absolute perfect spot for a leopard to lounge in. Soft sand. I suppose it's a little bit warm and sunny, and you know, he's got a little bit of height here too that he can watch if things come, and especially if mom starts to make her way back into this area, well, he'll be able to pick her up as well. It's going to be interesting to see how much longer he's going to be with his mom. You know, she typically has a track record of leaving cubs earlier on. You know, with Kalamba and the like, she kind of left them sort of very, very, very early in age. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with him, and whether or not, because it's her sort of, I mean, I don't want to say last litter of cubs, but it's very likely that it could be the last litter of cubs that she has, given her age. Remember that Tundi will be 15 in December, so she's going to be an old cat by then. That the chances are that she'll unfortunately not produce again. But if she does, and it's possible that it could happen, she would probably need to leave Mariep's very, very shortly. And I know Michael Fleetwood-Juve were asking me about whether or not she's sticking to him because this potentially could be, the last cub that she has, and so she's caring for him longer. I mean, I suppose it could be possible. There's a bit of a study that's going on with Panthera at the moment and with female cats and how they prep for having cubs, and they reckon that as far as 9 months in advance, they're starting to already kind of get into a new area or check the area, make sure that they scent market out and start getting there to the point where they're kind of ready to then mate and have the cubs and be able to produce in a safe spot. So it's quite interesting. If that would be the case, then she should already be long ago starting to scout out where she's going to have it. And maybe that's why we've seen this change of movement from her. Remember that Torchwood and Eastern Djuma were her home and Mariep's home for about a year. They didn't move from those areas. And then all of a sudden she's kind of shifted to Chitwa, and she's really kind of kept him here. She hasn't moved back up towards Torchwood. And there's two things that could be causing that. One is maybe she's thinking that she's coming back into estrus and that she's going to be able to mate, or it's because there's male pressure from the north. So we'll just have to see which one it is, but it's going to be interesting over the course of the next few months to see what she does.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. I have been living for the past decade here in the Sabi Sands, and that has allowed me an intimate connection with this place and a better understanding of how it works. For me, the questions that make me think and lead to answers that all of us learn from is what really drives me. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
So we are currently sitting with another dazzle of zebra, but this is one of the much rarer species of zebra found in southern Africa. This one is referred to as a Hartman's mountain zebra, and is really only found in less than a handful of spots in South Africa. They like the mountainous, dry areas. So literally 2 or 3 spots in South Africa, and then you'd find them across into Namibia. Again, dry mountainous area, that's typically where you'd be finding them. So we are incredibly lucky that we have a good number of them on the Tswalu area, on the Tswalu property. It's unusual to really be able to spend time seeing them down at ground level. For a lot of their time, they're up in these mountains, and it's incredible if you actually follow the paths they follow, how they climb these mountains. It's tough terrain. But just to look at them, if you compare it to the zebras we were looking at a short while ago, these ones are black and white in color. They have black and white stripes. They have no striping under the belly. So the more common species of zebra, your birchals, would have striping that goes all the way under the belly, and they've got what we refer to as a shadow stripe. So on the white part of the bodies, they've got thin grey stripes. As you can see with these ones, absolute pure black and white white bellies. But really an incredible thing to see, and really lucky to catch them off the mountains for a change. And it's a tough one to answer, but in terms of striping, you know, each and every zebra would have its individual pattern, and very much like our fingerprints, each one is unique. For the most, if the stripes are in a specific way, it would be more genetics than anything. So no easy reason for me to give you, but it's just that the pattern that animal's got, and that's why I say genetics would play an important role here. Another thing you might see on these zebras, especially the big stallions, they've got what we refer to as a dewlap. So under the chin, along the neckline there's a flap of hanging skin. And quite an odd thing to see on a zebra, but that's quite common on the Hartmans, on the stallions. Really beautiful animals. Nazreen, like most animals, they would utilize the right times of day to be moving. For years, there's been a theory that the black and white helps them regulate body temperature, but more recent studies have certainly shown that the black and white striping is actually a way of deterring biting insects. So as you go further up towards East Africa, for example, lots of tsetse flies. The black and white for an insect with a compound eye makes it very difficult for them to pick a flat surface to land on. But sorry, going back to your question, in terms of keeping cool, they'll be moving at the right times of day. So, you know, the cooler hours of morning and afternoon, and typically just avoiding contact with the sun as best they can, drinking at the right times, utilizing the shade in their favor. So we're going to take a quick look just before we head off, but you can actually see the mountain zebra in its more natural habitat. These ones are climbing up the Koranenbergs, and that's where they'll spend their night, up in these mountains. But let's enjoy the scene while we have it.
Wow, this is a really beautiful scene. As you can see, this African elephant moving slightly along the water's edge, of which they just finished drinking now, maybe going to look for more food. As you know, these animals need a lot to eat, but it is really beautiful to see elephants out in the open like this, because sometimes you come across a head that's in some thick bush and you won't be able to tell the size of the head. But that was really beautiful, because these animals eat a lot of dry food, so they need a lot of water to flush this out. So that's why they need to drink twice or 3 times a day. I think what they're going to do, they might be grazing and browsing and circling back towards this waterhole, because this is just the main waterhole on the eastern part of Ngala Reserve. So everything is beautiful here. The waterhole is beautiful. As you can see, the hippos in the water, and then some beautiful tree on the background. And yeah, so I think they're just moving away from us now. As you can see, the young ones still trying to drink there. Possibly didn't have enough. Let's go over to Tristan.
Well, little Marips was lying down having a good little nap, but some impalas have come meandering along the firebreak, and so, well, now he's just doing what cats do, which is to watch them and slink around to try and think about stalking them, and all we can see is this little expressive white tail sticking out of the bush, which makes me smile a lot. I love the little tip of the leopard's tail. They're so expressive, and they show so much kind of emotion for the cat. But you can see straight across the road and towards the other side is where the impalas are. He has no chance, I'm afraid, of getting to those impalas where he is right now. They will spot him pretty easily. Once they move down and into the drainage line, very different story. But where he is and where they are right now, I'm afraid he doesn't have much price. If he was already across the road, then he would be in far better shape, because he could use, there's a little gully that runs from the road towards the impalas, and he could just get onto his belly and leopard crawl his way along that little gully. You can just see it there. So if he could get in behind that gully, then you'd be able to get himself much closer. But I'm afraid you'd have to cross the road, and if he crosses the road, these impalas in all likelihood will spot him. So he's not going to have much of a chance, I don't think. Also, while he's probably got eyes bigger than his tummy, and he wouldn't be able to hoist these impalas, he certainly could probably bring one down, but he wouldn't be able to keep it. I've not seen him hoisting anything large yet. He should have the size and the strength to do it, but the experience is maybe not quite there just yet to hoist big male impalas, which is what these are. These are all prime males that would have been in the rut, so they're not small individuals, and he's still kind of making his way in the world. He's not a little boy, but he's also not, massive just yet, and so tackling big male impalas is never the easiest thing. It's not impossible, but certainly probably not likely. The only worry is the impalas are moving the wrong way for us, because if they go down into that riverbed there, signal becomes near impossible for us. But there we go, he's sneaking along. Look at that. Don't you love when they get that low body posture and that kind of head tilt forward as they go? And he's doing it because the impalas were all starting to feed, and so as soon as they put their heads down, then he knows he's got a chance to walk. So already, even though he's in such a young phase of his life, he's already worked out how to approach animals, and it would be very naive of us to think that he hasn't made his own kills that of quite large sort of things. So when we talk about large, I'm talking about like duikers and things like that. But watch, he's going to do the leopard crawl across the road. Look, look, look. That's so cool. Look at him going. Oh, that is so cool. Silly sausage. You can see what he's doing. He's using that bank. Remember I was talking about the gully? So that's the little bank that he's using at the moment, with his little head that's peering out and that little white tail. That was epic. I love it when they cross the roads like that. He's going to keep doing it as well. And see how he goes. If he can get into the gully, then he'll be okay. And I'm not going to obviously move now. It's really nice and open, so there's no need for us to move. It's not going to be that we're going to be very close, but we don't need to reposition ourselves at all. It's more than open enough to be able to see him and the impala in the background there that are starting to come down the hill. Unfortunately for him, he's got a bit of open ground to cover now. If he can get himself to that right bush there, that little thicket, he'll be all right. Domain, no, I don't think so. Leopards typically don't help each other in hunts, and Mom would probably have to be here in order to help him. What you sometimes will see from cats, and more so in cheetah, but sometimes in leopards too, is that they will catch something and keep it alive. When the cub comes, they'll let it go for the cub to grab it, and it's almost like training in a way, to be able to grab the animal and kind of teach them that the animal's alive and not dead when, they actually have to find their own food. So yeah, I don't think Thandi would teach him much. Most of what leopards do is instinctual. I mean, you can see she's not here, and that instinct has kicked in. He knows where he needs to go and how he needs to do it. And that would have been from being shouted at. It would be from, seeing how his mom does it at times. But there's an instinct factor there as well that is hugely built into a cat like this. So moving animals is something that they kind of watch and stalk, and when they know that they've eaten it before, then they're very interested in it. So yeah, Mom pretty much is not helping with any of that. But I can hear there's another vehicle that's mobile, so I just want to let them know not to come too fast this area, just in case. Station on one-eyed pan, come in. Sabi, I've got Maripsia and Gari Main, western side of the Muluwanini. He's just stalking Impala. He's on the road itself, and the Impalas are on the fire break. Inside of Muluwanini, can we join you? Film, is that you on one-eyed pan? Yeah, just come from one-eyed pan, just come slowly down into the dip, and then you'll see him just as you come out the dip there. Sorry about that, guys. Just yeah, you can make your way as a third. So just quickly need to get guys sorted out and into the lineup. Unfortunately, what will happen is we'll be able to watch him while he's stalking, but I'd probably find that there's going to be a few other guys that would like to come into the sighting, so we'll probably have to make space at some point for them, and then we'll just come back again. We'll see how it goes. It depends on what other sightings develop during the course of the afternoon, but we might have to be polite and allow some guys some space at some point. Greg, the spots are cool on him. I actually, funny enough, prefer the spots on Tavangumi, just because his are quite unique, and it's amazing. You don't realize it, but all Tavangumi's kids have the exact same spot pattern. Well, not the exact same spot pattern, that's a lie. I mean, the exact same kind of trait within their spot patterns, which is spots within the rosettes, which is very jaguar-like. So Nyaleti, Masava, Kangela, and Tavangumi, some of those you probably won't have ever heard of, particularly not Masava and Kangela. But Kangela is Tavangumi's younger brother, and Masava is his, what would it be, half-brother / uncle, so much like the Hosana Tamba situation. But you'll find that they all have that exact same trait that gets passed through, and why it must come from the male gene is because the female gene, in the form of Scotia, Masava, is not from Scotia, it's from Hlabankunzi, and Hlabankunzi, even though it's Scotia's mom, neither of them display that spot pattern with the little spot within the rosette, so it must be passed down from your Leti side. But they've all got it, which is pretty cool to see. I really enjoy their kind of spots. But any leopard, when you see it from behind like this, has the most mesmerizing pattern on their back and their coats. The other one that I really enjoy from a spot arrangement is Sibui. She's also quite unique, unlike most leopards that have quite big rosettes. Sibui, she's got these very, very small little rosettes that kind of all blotch onto her skin, and it just looks different to all the others. I think any time that you see different spots generally is quite interesting. But you can see how patient he's being. It's really good to see this because it means that he's learning. We know that he's killed some guinea fowl, and we know that he's killed the odd bird, and that's all part and parcel of learning. But what he's doing here is showing patience. Now, a lot of young cats don't show patience, and they'll try and just run across this open clearing and chase these impalas and try and catch something. But what it needs to do is obviously he needs to go down and wait for those impalas to drift behind that bush. And if those impalas drift behind the bush, then he'll be able to approach them pretty quickly and be able to get into striking distance. And it would be amazing. Can you imagine if he was able to catch himself a little impala? I mean, not a little impala, a big impala. It would be really cool to be able to see. But for now, it's just going to be a patience game for him. As soon as that last impala goes around the bush or around the mound, then he can start running, and he can run quickly to the other side of that mound and then park there and hope that the impalas come past. And if the impalas come past, then he can just grab from there, which would be amazing. There we go. So you see that impala's now turned its head. Let's see what he does. It's still looking in this direction. Once it goes round that bush, then he's got a much better chance of being able to see or to get closer to them. You're saying what a tense moment. Well, for now, not so much. He's still got a long way to go. It's this is still, for a leopard, way too far out. For a cheetah, this would be starting to get into range, but leopard-wise, he's still got some work to do. So not too tense just yet, but we're getting there. Anytime we see a leopard stalking, it can be intense. And, you know, funny enough, when it comes to viewing wildlife and kind of seeing these kind of things, a lot of people are very much into watching or wanting to see kills. But kills are not always a nice thing to see. The stalk is far more interesting and the chase than it is actually the killing side of it. So I always like when we watch them stalk like this and then try and kind of get closer and that whole chess game. But the kind of end product is not always as desirable as you think. But you see, these impalas are clever. They're coming the wrong way around the bush. So we'll just sit here and wait and see what happens and see whether or not he can get himself a little bit closer.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
What fascinates me most about the animal circle of life is the intricacies between the large and the very, very small. I mean, it's very easy to go out there and find the large. Once you found the large, the cascading effects down to the small absolutely fascinates me. Alertness and situation awareness is by far the #1 aspect for protecting ourselves out on safari.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oh!
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed. We're sitting here with a tree agama, a male tree agama. I have not seen an agama in a very long time because winter's kicked in. And of course, these live drives are all about diversity. It's not just about the mammals, it's not just about the predators, it's about diversity. And I was reading a book recently that touched on Cecil, the lion. And that's obviously a very controversial topic that went global. Definitely not going to go into that story, but there was an interesting comment about if Cecil was a lizard or a fish, would that story have went global? Would people have even cared? Would Cecil the fish still be on everyone's tongue? I'm not so sure. And it states that charismatic megafauna, which is your charming larger animals, or your higher order animals, that's what sort of megafauna refers to, like your elephants, your lions, even your whales in the ocean, tigers, dolphins, pandas, are given more ethical consideration, if you like, than the lower order species such as sharks or rats or snakes or spiders or even bats. Bats is going to be the topic of today, everyone. And if you think about the WWF, a fantastic organization that Davi and I are affiliated with, if you think of their logo, it's a panda. It's a great logo, but it's a panda bear. And do you think that organization would have as much support or at least as much empathy if their logo was a mosquito? I don't think so. Although it's just a logo, it's just an image, it's just a graphic design. It plays a big part in people's reception to that organization. And I mention this philosopher a lot, but his name is Thomas Nagel. And he once asked, and it's now a really famous quote, do we know what it is like to be a bat? And he said, no, we don't. They're mammals as well. We're also mammals, so surely we should have a better understanding. But to be a bat, you've got to have the mind of a bat, which we don't have. We don't use echolocation, and we definitely don't take to the skies. So therefore, can we truly sympathize with bats? No, we can't. Can we truly know what bats feel? No, we can't. We like to think we can, but we definitely can't. And bats is a perfect example because they're closely linked, but also not closely linked at all. And if you think of snakes and even fish, they don't really have what we would call recognizable traits in their faces, to humans at least. To other snakes, they'll be able to recognize each other. But to humans, we don't really see much in their faces. And one philosopher actually asked, do snakes even have faces? Ouch. Well, yes, they do. Of course they do. But snakes and fish and lizards and agamas are definitely not treated with the same level of consideration, at least as elephants and lions are. Is that right? I'm sure many will have a different opinion on that matter. But just because we can't relate, just because we don't see a face or we don't have the mind of that animal, we should still treat them with the same amount of consideration. And that's why on these safari drives, these live safari drives, we do show you diversity. Insects, reptiles, amphibians, and all sorts of other organisms, not just the big guys. I'm so glad we got to show you an agama after so long. But now we're going to send you guys over to another live location.
Welcome back to Pridelands, everyone. We've been sitting here on this lovely little dolerite dike, looking far down towards Leopard Dam to see if there's any animals coming to drink, and nothing yet. But we were talking a little bit about rocks before, and I thought I'd just chill out a bit on this warm rock and talk a little bit more about a sill, a dike, a crack in the Earth's crust. Now, we've heard of basalt before. Now, basalt is lava that flowed onto the Earth's crust. All of these types of rocks we talk about are called igneous, which means that they were once different types of rocks that melted down in the Earth's crust into sort of a porridge of different things. And then at different times in the history of the Earth, they came up either onto the surface through lava, or they stopped underneath the crust, like we spoke of before. The difference between those two is one is called extrusive, which means coming onto the Earth's surface, it cools very quickly, and then the crystals are very small, which makes that rock generally quite soft. You don't find many large standing pieces of basalt. There are some, but most of it is weathered down to form a very nice nutrient-rich rock. Whereas the other rocks, granite, gabbro, dolerite, they are igneous rocks that did not come onto the Earth's surface, but stopped at different layers in the crust. And the further down they were, the hotter they were, and the slower they cooled, the larger the crystals, which meant the harder the rock. Now, the harder the rock, the more difficult it is to break down or to weather, but essentially this is what basalt would have been if it didn't erupt onto the Earth's surface. So they're very, very similar in their design and their nutrient composition and their crystals, just at different forms and strengths. But it gives rise to these wonderful sills or dikes, which are normally these long lines in the Earth's crust where a crack formed and they would have come up, as I've used the term before, like mayonnaise in a sandwich, just sort of moving through that line. So all across sort of this part of South Africa into Botswana, there's evidence of it in Tasmania, evidence of it in a couple of other places in the world, all when things were going about 170 million years ago. So Beach Girl, how big do these get? These sills can run for kilometers. Some of them aren't all exposed. Some of them are above ground, but those that are exposed here, we can basically see a number of these lines running for a bit, maybe 500 meters to a kilometer at one point over here. But aerial photographs can show you, or geological maps can show you kilometer bands, but they're generally east-west sort of facing in South Africa because of where all the upliftment happened, where all those cracks sort of formed. And all that sort of happened with the shifting of the continents away from each other. As the continents moved, you can imagine an enormous continent moving, how much rifting and movement that happened underneath the surface. And so that caused all of this churning and all this stuff to happen. And molten rock basically churns itself up at very, very high temperatures, and they would have eventually cracked and come up into the Earth's crust and cooled down. So these dikes, these sills, form a very nice sort of area here in Pridelands. The soil type they give off is very nutrient-rich, gives rise to nice nutrient-rich soils, to many of the knob thorns we find, but also on these rocks, we've got very specific vegetations that can grow here. We've spoken about the rock figs. We might see if we can find you one of them. And obviously there's going to be hyraxes, clip springers. We had a giant plated lizard. Who knows what else could be hiding in the rocks apart from me. But let's send you back over to Tristan, see if he's got any more action with his leopards.
Well, this is unbelievable. Semba's just come in and chased Marips, and they're now busy talking to each other. Semba's just leaving at the moment. He's kind of moving northwards, and Marips is following him, talking to him. At first, Semba chased him, and now it's just this constant chuffing and calling and little contact calls that Marips is making as Semba moves off. And the size difference is massive between these two boys. He's much smaller. Unfortunately, Steve was chatting so much that we didn't get a chance to get all of it. But they were face to face talking to each other, and then Semba's just left right now and kind of walked off. So I don't know where he's gone and where Marips is at the moment. Okay, I can just see Semba is lying down. I'm going to try and go forward. I do apologize if there's a little bit of breakup. This area is a bit tricky from a signal point of view, but I just want to try and get it so that you can actually see both leopards. There we go. You can see Semba on the right. Much larger leopard than Marips. And no one's heard of him for a while, so he's obviously been around. Let's see if Marips follows him. because he's scent marking now, which is super interesting. Look, Marips is going to follow. This is unbelievable. But the boys are behaving themselves for now. December chased him, and then they came together, and Marips just was all cowering and very... Yeah, look, here they come back. Look. You see Marips' behavior. So immediately rolls onto his side, presents himself and his stomach, and that makes sure that Semba knows, okay, don't attack me. And look, you see, as soon as he turns, Marips is back up again and chuffing and talking. I think there might be another leopard here too. I just hear the impalas starting to alarm call again. Maybe Tandi's heard this and she'll come in to see what's going on with her son. Hopefully that's the case, but Semba better watch out, because if Tandi comes in here, she's going to be fiery to protect this little cub. All right, let's try and move. I'm sorry if there's a bit of breakup, guys. I do apologize, but we do just need to try and keep up with them, because this area is not easy. So hopefully we can get this light a little bit better. It's all right, boy. Leopard here and here. I wonder if Semba's starting to become more dominant. He's definitely the aggressor of the two. Please excuse my aerial on my head as well. So any way I can hear the comms from FC is if I have my antenna up like this. Please don't mind me. I know I look ridiculous, but it's the way it is. They're going down into the drainage by the looks of things. No, he's come back up now. Shame. He was excited at first. He was busy kind of marking. Going down, yeah, so we're going to go down. So sorry if the signal goes. Reaps in front. There's Sem. They're going to come at it again. Leave him, boy. Mariep, stop following Semba. He just wants to leave as well. But look at the size difference between them. If you thought that Semba was not a big leopard, he's an absolute tank in comparison compared to Mariep's. Look at the behavior there. Look at this. The two of them lying together. Isn't this amazing? And there goes Semba. We know Semba's a little bit more shy, so he typically doesn't like the cars kind of too close, and that's maybe why he's moving. But Mariep keeps following him, and he keeps chasing him back as if to say, I don't want you near me, leave me alone. Absolutely fascinating. You can hear the impalas are shouting. And this might attract either Mulawati, Tandi, could attract Kuchava. Any of those three might arrive here. And considering, Mariep typically is with his mom, whereas Kuchava theoretically has new cubs, it's much more likely that Tandi will move into this area to find out what's going on. But this is what we've been saying is about to happen for months now. We're going to say that these three young boys were about to clash. So Shasha, Tsemba and Mariep, at some point they were going to meet up with each other. It was the only way. But listen, you can see Mariep is chuffing. He's talking to Tsemba, which is ridiculous in every shape and form. I don't know why they're talking. So, Mia, you say what an incredible interaction between these leopards. Well, it's as fascinating as it gets, but it was bound to happen, unfortunately. These two boys have been flirting with kind of this area, and like I say, Shasha too, he also comes up here. So, one point or another, we were going to find them kind of clashing. So it's crazy to think that we've got these two kind of interacting at the moment, and a fascinating interaction because Marips follows him. So even though Marips is being dominated and pushed and kind of a lot more aggression shown towards him, he's still interested in who this cat is, so he keeps kind of following. And at one point just now, we had the two of them nose to nose, and they both smelt each other, and then Marips went onto his side and started chuffing, which is all submissive behavior, and it's basically to tell Tsemba, don't attack me, I'm not trying to hurt you, I see that you're bigger, I'm trying to be as little as possible and as much unconfrontational as possible, and that's what's doing okay for him. But shame, at first, when we first saw him, I saw him chuffing, and then I just saw this leopard bolting over the termite mound with another one behind him, chasing him. So, but I can't believe how big Tsemba is looking. He's got a proper little throat on him. I'm pretty sure it's him. He's been moving around so much, it's difficult to know, but he's got a very distinctive, like, sharp, pointy spot, or rosette on his left flank. That makes it quite easy to tell it's him from far. Now, unfortunately, our signal here is very dicey, so where I am right now, we've got signal, so we're just staying like this. I know it's not easy to see Tsemba, and it's far enough away that we probably can't hear the little chuffs of Marips, but it's, better to have some sort of view than nothing. How crazy is this? I wonder what's going to happen here, if Marips is eventually just going to let Tsemba go, or if we're going to see an interaction between them again. Impalas are still alarm calling, and probably because they've heard this commotion between these two more than anything else. And he would have initially been attracted, so Tsemba would have initially been attracted by the alarm calls and thinking maybe there's another catcher that he can come and investigate. He's getting to that age now where he's going to start thinking about trying to mate. Shame, Marips, are you talking, my boy? It's okay. Well, Tsemba's been a delight to him, let me just tell you, because I've seen bigger males like this attack young ones before. So, Adam, age difference between them is, I think, about 5 months or 6 months, somewhere there. So you can see how much a male develops when he leaves his mom. They can get quite big. But Tsemba is the biggest of the three, in my opinion, anyway. Even though he's much closer in age to Shasha, he's still bigger than Shasha. He's got the biggest bulk and size out of the three of them. Here he comes back, look. I must admit, this sighting has got me anxious for two reasons. One is that I love both of these cats. Tsemba's got the softest spot for me because of the time that we spent trying to get him relaxed, but I don't really want him to engage in any sort of fighting with Marips at all. Both are beautiful animals though, wow. Just keeping quiet so you guys can hear the grumbles and groans of the two of them. So most of the noise you're hearing is actually coming from Marips. Tsemba's actually not that noisy. He's fairly quiet. He's actually sitting behaving himself for the most part. He's just interested, I think, in who this cat is. I don't think he really wants to actually fight too much, otherwise he would have been far more aggressive. He's got massive size advantage over Marips at this stage, so I think it's more just he wants to kind of see who this cat is and just make sure he kind of defends himself in some ways, and two, if he's trying to gain territory, asserts himself in others. But what we don't want is any sort of bad things to happen between these two. It's so weird though, because Marips had a chance to get away from him twice. Tsemba just walked away and didn't really want to worry about Marips at all. And Marips is the one that keeps following him and trying to sniff him, and which is causing issues. Look at Tsemba's tail. Unhappy kitty. Let's see if another leopard's arriving, because he's just perked up completely too. He's going back up the bank. Now Marips might follow him. Let's see what happens. See, Marips is going to go up as well. From here, anything can happen. These two males, there's enough potential. You know, both moms could arrive. Like I say, Mulawati and he could arrive here, which would put a big spanner in the works, because as a male leopard, he sees other males fighting, it's going to rile him up completely. And then anything can go. You know, you never know what can happen when male leopards get riled up. Leave Tsemba alone, boy. You're going to get yourself into trouble here. Alright, they're going back up the bank, so I'm going to try. Can you hear them? I'm going to try just go forward a little bit. Going back up and out of the riverbed, so we're going to have to try and go back and get on top again. Just want to see what happens, because if Tsemba chases Marips, he'll chase him down into the river. But here comes Tsemba again, you see? He's coming from the top. Just listen to this. See if Marips follows again. Tsemba's moving off. And there goes Marips again. Let's see if he gets chased back by Tsemba. There comes Tsemba again. Those guttural, throaty growls that you're hearing is Marips. Tsemba's actually quite quiet. I haven't heard him much. Now, boys, play nice. See what happens. They're going back up. Alright, we're going to have to try and get back up there again. So I don't know how our signal's going to do. I apologize if it goes. So I'm going to try and just see if we can get a view from up here. I can hear them on top. Oof, they're fighting on top there. I need to get up top there before they run away.
We're actually just looking at, I think, woolly-necked storks in the distance. I only just figured out who Maribs is with. Simba. How exciting. I'm over the moon for Tristan to get that interaction. Now, I do have something for you. Graphic, possibly not, sensitive maybe. I'm going to use my hands, but please note I have got hand sanitizer on the car. Found this outside my room, and I'm actually going to plonk it down on my favourite book called It's Not About the Bats by Adam Cruz, and it's a bat. Now, the reason I want to do this in depth is because bats, I feel, have really been damaged. Their reputation has been completely damaged because of the coronavirus. And they are wonderful little animals that really don't deserve such a bad reputation. Now, scientists have actually detected about 3,200 different strains of coronavirus in bats, believe it or not, but most of them are harmless to humans. And two very, very closely related viruses in bats have been found, I think it was in East Asia, and they're the ones responsible for SARS and COVID-19. But let's not get onto that topic. Let's just try and get the bats' reputation back and how incredible they are. Now, Davi, I'm not sure if you're able to zoom in closer, but look at this little guy's face. Not really. We're using a different camera from normal. Look at that face. Unbelievable. I'm going to pop him on my hand. I'm going to sanitize. And you can see the unbelievable size of the ears. They are huge, of course, because hearing is the primary sense. You can see down here where my porky pointer is, they actually have a tragus. Now, humans have a tragus. Sometimes we get the tragus pierced. You know, that little bit of cartilage at the side of the ear? Then I'm going to open up the wing. Wonderful mammals that fly. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly show you the wing. This is a very thin membrane, with this little part up here being the thumb, and these part where this is being the fingers. So this is a mammal that has specially sort of become adapted to life in the skies. But I'm not finished with this anatomy lesson. We are going to continue in just a moment. We're just going to give you some lovely views of Treehouse Dam. We've stopped here to admire the dam. We're going to share them with you and listen to the wonderful sounds of the bush.
Johan is in Schengen today.
Isn't it just beautiful? Looking at the world upside down in the reflections. just giving you a view of the dam, but coming back to my little bat here to give the anatomy lesson. So, here, you see this, where I'm pointing here? That's the humerus bone. Exactly what we have. Here, this little joint, you see it moves? And that's the elbow. Then up here, this is the, well, we can call it the forearm, but it's actually the radius. And this is a specialized adapted thumb. So this joint means it's a wrist. So then all the way down here, as I mentioned earlier, you would call these the fingers. Now the sort of membrane is paper thin to reduce weight and to reduce drag. This could quite easily tear, no problem. And you can see how it folds down. This would just be like me bending my elbow. Then, if you look down here, you can see it's got 5 little toes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's also got a tail. And I think this is a female. It's actually pretty difficult to tell, and I think this is a female. I don't see any male genitalia, but I could honestly be wrong in that. If we go back to the face, you'll see they've actually got whiskers. I'm not sure if you can see them, but along the nose they actually do have whiskers. So I think really my book, it's not about the bats. It's very controversial. I do recommend it. It pretty much states just that. It's really not about the bats. No matter what zoonotic disease comes from pigs or pangolin or bats, it's not about them. They may be harbours of zoonotic diseases, but there's so much more to it than that. Now, I'm just going to give you the last little views, but this guy's adorable. I don't quite know what happened. And also tiny. You see that?
So cute.
Very cute. I am going to put him down to rest. You can see he's also furry. He's got lots of hair on his back. He's a mammal. Just a very unique little mammal. Okay, I'm going to put him down, and I think Davi's going to give you some lovely views of Treehouse Dam as I sanitize, which we all know is very important these days, especially after handling bats. But, you know, bats, at the end of the day, despite their reputation, have to be appreciated for the role that they play in the ecosystem. They will, believe it or not, eat mosquitoes. A lot of mosquitoes. There's about over 1,200 species of bats. So when I'm saying bat, it's a very general word, split into 2 different orders. So you get the large, sort of old world fruit bats, known as the Megachiroptera. Then you get the really small bats like these ones, known as the Microchiroptera. And they generally will eat sort of thousands and thousands and thousands of mosquitoes per night. They're not blind, but naturally they're using echolocation. So they're using an entirely different sound system, a sonar system that we can't even begin to imagine. So today, I am going to appreciate these little guys. So as we bumble onwards, we are going to send you across to Steve on Bushwalk.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, we've got a nice big guy, or should I say a big lady, a little bit bigger than a bat. But she's not bothered by us at all. We've been sitting here for a number of minutes already watching her. And her face is deep into a leadwood branch with probably some fresh leaves. So we came down from our little koppie, and we've been walking down an indication of what is a seepline, because there were a couple of tall tambuti trees. There was a couple of knob thorns following just the sort of the side, and there's a couple of leadwoods as well, and a jackalberry, which is a very good indication of where there is water access. You might not be able to find the water, but it means that between these rocks, deep down underneath, the plants have managed to find some form of water, and that is exactly what she's taking advantage of right now. Fresh growth. We are going into, well, we're already in the depths of winter. We're coming out. Ooh, has she only just noticed us now? She's seen us. We're already past the shortest day in the southern hemisphere. Winter is on its way out, but many of the trees have lost their leaves. Many of the trees lose their leaves as a form of defense against water loss. Water is a vital element in the survival of plants. If they lose water, or they're not able to access it from the roots. Many of them have the potential to drop their leaves, known as deciduous. You get the two options, deciduous and evergreen. That is a way of protecting a plant from not dehydrating. Plants that have got leaves this time of year that are still alive on the tree is an indication that that plant has got access to water. Now, we had a lot of rain this year, so the water table is probably higher than it has been in the last few years. It's probably why we're seeing so many more trees with foliage on. But it is a time of year that many of our browsing animals are going to build up condition, get nice and fit, nice and strong. Kuru and impala specifically, and nyalas, because there's plenty of food for them still. But since ours last year, the vegetation has thinned out quite a lot. We are able to see quite a bit further. But we are going to slowly go down towards Leopard Dam, see if anything's come to drink. Once again, I'm going to send you back over to Djuma and my good friend Tristan.
Well, we're just going to move slightly because Marips is there, but I don't want to have my shadow on the poor cat for the people that are the other people that are in the sighting. So we just get our shadow out, and we can lie down. So he's absolutely fine. Tsemba has left. I followed him for a while, but he's just going into a place where it's just way too thick and way too dense for us to be able to follow him any further. So I kind of just left him to carry on. He is not nervous, he was just walking, but he is just generally moving quite fast, and so I don't actually want to push him. You know, he's just had an interaction with another cat, so better just to let him go and kind of do his thing. But the kind of best result is that neither one of them got hurt, no one was attacked. Marips is lying where he was pretty much earlier, seemingly quite unfazed by what's happened, just giving himself a little groom. But he did everything he needed to do to keep himself safe, which was to be as submissive as possible. Even though he was quite guttural and quite vocal, he was very submissive, and so that's what would have allowed him to get away unscathed. But I'm afraid this is going to be part and parcel of what's going to happen. There's going to be more and more and more of this behavior with the amount of male leopards we've got in this section. At some point, people are going to start having a bit of a wobbly with one another, and we're going to start to see these kind of crazy things take place. But I'm just glad that everybody's fine and there's no injuries and no one was actually attacked. There was just a lot more sound and noise and kind of frenzy of chasing than there was actually any sort of aggression. Crazy though to see the two of them kind of standing next to each other, especially when Tsemba kind of was standing over him in the riverbed. You got a real sense of scale between the two of them. It's pretty crazy just to see how big Tsemba has gotten. He's a little beef cake now. He's certainly not small. But Marips, well done, boy. That's going to be part and parcel of your life going forward, is defending yourself and figuring out ways to get through things unscathed. So he's done just fine, all things considered, and I'm sure he'll be all right. Part of me was wondering when Tundi was just going to come bounding in there and tackling Tsemba, but I don't think. I don't know, it would be interesting to see what she would have done and whether that would have caused more aggression. I think the best of what could have happened is everyone's kind of gone their own ways and it's all quiet and down for now. So we'll just sit with Marips and see what happens. Maybe we'll see Mom coming back to get him with all the commotion that's taken place.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Africa is very special, and when you come down here, even when you're watching through our camera, the landscapes change from desert to bushveld to up in the Masai Mara where there's grassland. That means that the biodiversity changes as we move along Africa. And what I love most about connecting with you guys is the fact that I get to share these wonderful experiences with thousands of people.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Yeah, we just found this beautiful, large African land mammal here. This is an elephant bull. As you can see, he's got a pile of grass in his mouth, enjoying it along the way, walking so gracefully, possibly following up on the rest of the herd, trying to find the rest of the herd, the way he's moving there, because he's just grazing and browsing while he's on the go. As you can see, he was just playing a bit with his trunk, possibly trying to pick up the scent from the rest of the herd. That's a very large, impressive bull. I haven't seen one this big recently, even though his tusks are not looking that big, but it's quite a very large animal. So these animals need a lot to eat. This guy is just gonna keep feeding. Oh, we got a surprise. There's another one on the other side. This could be traveling together, because these animals can sometimes travel in small bachelor groups of 3-4 animals together. Amy, come in. Yeah, stand by. We live now. Following the other one, these animals tend to travel in small bachelor group, maybe 4 or 5 animals together. As you can see, he's going exactly in the same sort of direction. I'm very surprised. His tusks are not that very well worn, because they use them for peeling the bark off the trees. Sometimes you find one animal like this, he might have one broken tusk or one tusk shorter than the other, because they use those tusks for peeling the bark off the trees as well as digging. But these guys looks like they both have looked after their tusks very well. As you can see, it's just well hidden now. You can just pick up movement behind that guarri bush there. He's trying to put his trunk inside the bush and pull off some grass with his very powerful trunk. That's a very useful tool for these animals. They won't survive without that trunk because they use it like a hand, pulling off stuff and put it in their mouth. Even if they go to drink, they'll use that trunk, suck the water in that trunk and throw the water in their mouth. So that's a very useful tool, which that consists of about 65,000 different muscle types. So it's a very lots of muscles in the trunk and very powerful. If he wants to, he can easily flip over one of those bushes that's covering the grass that he wants to eat. As you can see, he's backing off now. Let's see where he go. He might want to go and catch up with the other guy. Very beautiful, and looks like he's gonna walk straight through that bush. Doesn't care. As you can see, this roundish forehead, that's how you can tell the sexes from a distance between these animals. The males have this roundish forehead and the female will got like a square forehead. I think I'm gonna... No, he's changing direction. I was gonna move slightly forward because it looks like he wanted to go past from where we are. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave these animals grazing gracefully and go over to John and see what they found.
So we are sitting with a little group of ground squirrels, and you can see there they're very close to their burrows. So it's that time of day. These smaller creatures will stick close to home as it starts cooling down. They won't risk being out in the cooler hours. It's very dangerous for them to get cold. They are very alert. There's a jackal sneaking around just behind them. There he is. I didn't see him. I've been watching their body language, and they've just alerted us to a small predator. Now, the jackals are, certainly for the South Africans, have a reputation for being scavengers, for picking off carcasses, things that have already been killed. But I can assure you they are very effective as little predators as well, and a ground squirrel would be a tasty meal for one. So luckily for these ground squirrels, they saw it from a distance, and like I said, they're close to home. They'll be getting ready to get into their burrows, and they'll spend the night there, only coming out in the later morning, once the sun is up and it's starting to warm the ground a little bit. So just enjoying a little bit of late afternoon sunbathing, maybe a little bit of digging and cleaning of the burrows, but fairly soon they'll start heading on in and call it a night. Really very cute little creatures, and this is a nice sized group. They again typically 5 to maybe 30. Gina, they do have. It's one of the things that makes them quite distinct is the stripes on the body, but the big fluffy tails. Those tails are quite fun to watch in that you can see a lot of their body language is reflected in their positioning, the movement, what they do with the tail. So if they're approaching something, for example, if they're approaching something they're unsure of, they'll fluff those tails out and try and make themselves look as big as they can. But really nice to see them, and it's a lovely group. Like I said, there's colonies that have been recorded up to 30 individuals, but this is a nice size. And just loving the sun. A little bit of grooming going on there. So again, in these communities, there's a strong social system, and a good way of keeping yourself in the social structure is to be helping cleaning all your buddies, your family members. So that one was getting its tail cleaned and decided to roll over and fell back into the burrow. Silly little creatures. So we are going to enjoy this little bit of sun and really nice view. But we'll be going back to Tristan with his leopards. Well, we're still with Marips at the moment. Shame, he's had a chaotic afternoon since you last saw us. He had a brief, very, very brief little interaction with a hyena that came past him, and then he chased some francolin. So it's been all systems go for our young fella this afternoon. It's been a tough afternoon in some respects, but he's all good. He's just fine and he'll grow. But it just goes to show how quickly they grow. Are you going to go up the tree for us? Go up the tree. Come on. Here we go. No. Or we're just going to scratch. Let's see. He might go up. It's not a very nice tree, so I'll be surprised if he does go up. It's probably an opportune time just to remind all of you that our next lot of WildEarth expeditions will be online, so if you would like to come out and see all of this chaos that happens, remember that you can book that trip for 2022 starting from 7 p.m. on a Sunday, 7 p.m. Central African time. You'll be able to start booking those trips. So there will be expeditions with myself and with Steve and with Jonty. So if you would like to come out and see all that there is about WildEarth and the animals that we see on a day-to-day basis, then you're welcome to take a look at that. Little Marips, are you going to just sit there with that little wagging tail? I thought for a second he might decide to go up, but I think what we're going to find is that he's going to probably, in all likelihood, just scratch his kind of claws, and then he'll start to come down and move. You might find that he's wanting to head towards Chitwa Camp, a lot safer there than dealing with older brothers / cousins in there than it is out in the big wide world. Look at that light though on his eyes. And now he's talking again. Are you talking to his mom around? Or are you talking to the squirrels that are alarming at you? Isn't that cool? He is magnificent, this little cat. Look at those eyes glowing in the light. Unfortunately, he's going to just cross behind us. So we're not going to be able to follow him any further than that. So we'll just try and go around quickly and try and see if we can get a view from the front here. Quite pretty through this long grass. It almost looks like India rather than South Africa or parts of Botswana a little bit with that long grass. Now, it could be a hyena that's coming along that he's busy also making kind of a face for, or he's maybe spotted some more impalas on top. I did hear guinea fowls here just now, and we know that he loves a guinea fowl. So it could also, and it's a hyena that's coming. So he's just going to sneak here in front of us. I will duck for you, don't worry, Morgan. You'll be able to hopefully see. We also know that Marips has this game that he likes to play with hyenas of late. I don't know why, but he enjoys chasing them around. So we'll see what happens. I'm just going to stay here for now because the hyena should be coming around the bend. They're about to meet each other. There you go. You see Marips has gone down. Here comes the hyena to chase him. Marips. So playing a dangerous game, charging hyenas like that. Luckily, this is not a very large hyena, but the likes of Ribbon would not tolerate that nonsense at all. But this is not the first time I've seen him do it. He's got this thing where he likes to chase hyenas,
and if not chase them, then walk up to them and sniff them and do all kinds of other nonsense. So he's naughty, and he's going to have to be very careful. The good thing, though, is that he is getting bigger and stronger. So the bigger and stronger he gets, the more likely he's able to do this. But I don't know, he's not learning his lesson today. He's followed Semba around, and Semba kind of put him in his place, and now he wants to play games with hyenas as well. Isn't that epic, though? Look at that. Don't think this hyena's come across too many leopards that do this, where they kind of stalk them and push them. Now he's seeing the guinea fowl. He's now has no idea what he wants to do. Chase hyenas or chase guinea fowl? Which way do we go? It's ridiculous. You silly sausage. Okay, time for it to be a sausage then. That's fine. Isn't this crazy? What a ridiculous afternoon we've had with him. And this is why a lot of the time, guides' favorite leopards will be young male leopards. It's because of this nonsense that they get themselves into. There's just constant things that they do and antics. And if you think of Hosanna and Tamba before, and all of the young males really, they've all got these similar kind of ways about them. And unfortunately, we didn't see much of Tsemba or Shasha, so we didn't get those antics with them as much as we have with Marips and Hosanna and Tamba. But they all are the same way. They all kind of get up to no good. And I mean, obviously Hosanna and Marips are probably slightly more character-full than most, but so epic to be able to spend time with young cats like this and learn about leopard life the way that we do, because of how consistent the sightings are. Right, the hyena's going to meander off through the guinea fowl. We'll stay with little Marips as long as we can and see what he gets up to.
We're just sitting admiring these kudus, female kudus with some youngsters. One of my favorite antelopes. I have many. But the sun is now getting low in the sky, so it's casting that almost golden light. So let's just sit here and thoroughly enjoy this beautiful sighting. Aren't they just beautiful? They're huge ears. Just imagine what they can hear and we cannot.
Welcome back. And everybody, not only is elephant dung full of medicine and good for cleansing oneself, it's also good for shading the camera when the light in the afternoon is a little bit bright for the lens. Here we sit at Leopard Dam, a very beautiful afternoon, very peaceful afternoon, and we're just going to allow you to just enjoy just a moment or two of this beautiful scene in a little bit of silence. banana. Beautiful and peaceful. It is one of my favorite things to do. Find a nice quiet spot. Often has a lot to do with water or geology. Just sit, breathe. It's very soothing for one's soul. I've been doing a lot of that lately. Finding quiet places. Switching off the monkey mind. Kingfisher flying around fishing. We might see if we can get them on camera, but they are quite tricky fellows.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
My favourite animal is a leopard, purely because I just think they are just the epitome of feline grace and power, and the way they can move about in any environment and remain hidden until they want to be seen, I just find incredibly intoxicating, and they're amazingly beautiful.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
His antics have not finished yet for the day. He's now been catching flies. He's just woken up now, but he was lying on his back trying to catch flies in the cutest little manner possible. And you can see he's still getting irritated by them. Watch the ears, how they are flicking and moving. So it's just never-ending entertainment with him today, from start to finish. I mean, the moment we found him, he vomited, which I suppose is not that entertaining for most, but still funny to just kind of see how he does things. And then he came out, and then he was stalking impalas, then he was fighting with another leopard, then he was chasing hyenas, then he was hunting little francolins, then he's been catching flies. Must be tiresome work being a young male leopard sometimes. but he handles it well and certainly provides us with a lot of epic entertainment. He's moved a little bit now out of the Mulwanini. He's kind of heading towards Chitwa Dam Wall. I'm pretty sure tomorrow he'll kind of make an appearance somewhere there around the dam wall. I don't think he'll be far. As we know, he doesn't move that far unless Mom fetches him. And I expect that this process of kind of fetching him is slowly but surely starting to wane. It's not going to be nearly as much as she used to. So you might find if she kills something, she might even eat it herself sometimes and not go and fetch him. It's the kind of slow sort of separation that takes place between the boys and their moms, or girls and their moms when they're little. So I don't know how much longer he's going to be with her. I expect not too much, but he's got a bit of growing to do, and if he's going to catch up with some of the other boys in this area and be able to sort of mix and interact with them. But it's interesting. Leopards are fascinating creatures in this regard because size is a very, very, very strong motivator for aggression, size and behavior. And the reason I say this is, obviously you saw with him, he kind of flops down, he growls, and he sort of chuffs, and he's submissive and tucks his head down. And all of that will help to tell Tsemba that he's not trying to be threatening. He's non-threatening in that posture. But the other thing is that his size is not imposing, so he's not kind of intimidating Tsemba in that regard, which means that Tsemba can be a lot more relaxed about the interaction than if he feels like he's got a real risk of injury to himself. And a prime example of this is a leopard called Masava. Now, Masava is a 6-year-old male from Singita. His mother died when he was 8 months old. And so when he was 8 months old, he had to kind of try and figure a way out, to survive. And so initially it was cushions and pillows and all kinds of other things around the lodges. And then slowly but surely he's kind of made his way. But at 6 years old, he should never really be in his own territory, in his natal territory. But because of his lack of size, so he didn't grow for some reason, he obviously didn't get a lot of nutrition as an 8-month-old leopard. And he's pretty much the size of a female. Even his feet, his tracks, everything have a female size to it. And I'm sure that the 6 years old kind of bracket and why he's able to stay there is because he's non-threatening to the Inyaleti, who's his dad. And even the other males there probably don't find him to be much of a threat. He's going to get sick again. There we go. Just vomited again. I don't know what he's eaten. He's obviously eaten something that is not agreeing with him today. Maybe he's eaten an old carcass or something that's not great. But let's try catch up with him. But yeah, so Masava has managed to just kind of skirt around his dad and all these other males by being smaller and probably very, very submissive. All right, sounds like something exciting is happening at Ngala. Let's quickly send you across to them.
Yeah, we just saw a leopard on the road, but quickly went off the road into this small section here. We're just gonna have a look around, see if we can relocate her again and see whether she's a relaxed animal or not. But she was walking down the road, just went in from just in front of us. So it's a bit difficult to tell which leopard was that. She quickly went off the road. Might be lying in this long grass, you never know. We're just gonna try see if we can find the animal again. You know, some animals grew up not seeing enough of these vehicles. Looks a bit skittish though. She moved quickly into the long grass. There, on the left. We're just gonna loop around and see if we can. There she is. This is a new female that moved into this area. She's a bit nervous though, but if you give her enough distance, you might get a nice view of her. Every now and then she'll trot away from the vehicle. Excuse me. Yeah, these are very amazing animals. Like, she was on the road. The minute she went off into the bushes, you could hardly see her, because if you look at the color of the skin or the coat, blending so well, except for that very distinctive white tip of the tail. That's when you can see the animal when it's moving through this long grass. Let's move around and see if we can catch up this animal before we lose her, but we're gonna keep a distance and give her enough space so she doesn't run away from us. Very interesting. She looks like she's starting to hunt, as I mentioned earlier. Predators are gonna start to hunt as soon as it starts cooling down. Here we are, leopard on the road, and then moving slowly, looking around, and then let's hope we'll get to watch her hunt in this area, because she's sniffing through the grass, now walking towards the tree. They're not very big animals, or if you look at her, it's a small female, but the power they have is incredible, because that can take something 1.5, twice her body weight up a tree. I think she's gonna go back to the road, so I'm gonna slowly go back towards the road and see if she can come back onto the road and walk down the road. That would be really nice, so we can have a very nice view of her. It's a very amazing animal. She just sent mark on the tree, I think, and then she's moving away from us. Yeah, depending on the area they are, but these animals are territorial. There she is on the road, and what they'll do, the males will keep more than one female in his territory. There she just sent mark now, in his territory, and then he cover the whole area. So this female leopard belongs to territory of one male. So for now, I would say she can only mate with the dominant male of this area. Yeah, you can see the very distinctive white tip of the tail I was talking about earlier. Yeah, these animals are single animals, always by themselves, and then that's what makes it so difficult to find, because they normally riverine areas, thick bushes. Oh, this is a sort of vegetation they prefer when they go off to hunt, because they need cover. They stalk and pounce, need cover and stalk the prey, get as close as they would like to, and then they'll chase during the last few meters. And very interesting to watch them hunting, because sometimes you'll just spot prey species or ahead of impalas and then circle around them and lie down behind the bush, just groom herself and wait patiently and let them graze in her direction until they right on top of her, and then she'll pounce on one. So I'm hoping there's no hyenas in the area, because sometimes theoretically this animal will be trailed by 3 hyenas while she's hunting. As soon as something happens, and then the hyenas will move in and claim the carcass. So if she knows there's hyenas, she's not going to try hunt in this part of the reserve. She will go somewhere else where it's safe for her if she can catch something, and then maybe take it up a tree. So let's carry on down the road. It's really nice if we keep a distance away from her, and then we'll still have her for quite some time, so maybe even get to watch her hunt. We're just gonna carry on with this animal and see what she does.
to Leopard Dam where the sun is setting in the west. The bushwalk team nears the end of the afternoon as we prepare to head on back. The light is always against us on foot, so allow you just enjoy these last few moments. The sun descends towards the horizon.
So there you can see a beautiful male giraffe, a big giraffe bull, in what I think for most people would be an unusual setting. You know, we know these animals feed off the taller trees, and obviously in the dry Kalahari, there's not a massive variety of taller trees. So I think a real treat to see them in this sort of background where it's very sparsely vegetated with bushes and trees, and obviously an animal living in this environment, they've adapted to feed where they can. So he's feeding off some of the younger trees, the smaller bushes, and if you look at him overall, his condition is perfect. He's about as happy and healthy as a giraffe should be. But I think for most safari goers, an odd setting to see them in what is predominantly open grassland. I think for most people, if you see giraffe putting their heads down like that, it's the most common way to see it would be when they drink. Obviously, drinking for them is a rather awkward predicament, and one that would make them feel incredibly vulnerable. Feeding less vulnerable, but certainly when you're that unusual shape and size, and you look at your heart rate and your blood pressure and all of the technicalities that go with that, it's for the animal's body, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Having said that, they have big adaptations in their circulatory system to allow them to put their heads down and lift their heads quickly and without doing any damage, without flooding the brain, without themselves blacking out, which is what would happen to most of us. But I think you're about to see a scene that very few people would have the privilege of seeing. A giraffe literally about to walk onto the top of a sand dune. Everything is a little deceiving at the moment. I refer to it as a sand dune, I assure you it is. But with the rains we had this year, everything is covered in grass. Check in with us in a few months and you'll see it'll be beautiful red sand all the way up where he's walking. But yeah, how's that for a background? I think that's about as unique a view as you could ever hope to have of a giraffe. Just incredible. Well, we're still sitting with Marips, and he's chosen such a cool little spot just to take it easy and watch over the dam and see what's kind of coming down. You can also hear the hippos in the background, and just generally can take it very, very easy in this little section. Isn't that just the cutest thing? On his little log with his leg down. Shame, boy, has it been a long afternoon. To be fair, he's made it a long afternoon for himself, if I'm honest. He's not like he's done himself any favors by chasing things like hyenas and the various other animals that he's been busy with today, and francolins and everything else. So it's not a surprise that he's on the tired side. There's also a big herd of buffalo that I can hear that's drinking at Chitwa Dam at the moment. But there's quite a lot of people that are trying to go to those, and it meant that it's allowed us to sit with little Marips and not have to worry about leaving, which I'm quite glad about. So the buffalo have done us a big favor by kind of spending the time coming down to the water. Like I said, it allows all of us to sit and enjoy Marips and see what he gets up to. It's a cool little log though, isn't it? I don't know how he's not falling off. It's probably why he's got that one leg so kind of positioned that it can just hold him and stop him from sort of falling over the backside. Because his weight is sort of falling over the edge at the back. And his one leg is just really kind of propping him up, making sure that he doesn't go over. What an epic afternoon it's been with him. We've been spoiled by his antics this afternoon. Definitely as good an afternoon as I've had with the leopard in a long, long time. So thoroughly enjoyed myself, if I'm honest. I always love when they get onto kind of logs and stumps like this. Nancy, you are 100% right. It is one leopard that is just full of personality. He's got everything, doesn't he, that makes him just super special. And like I say, it is a young male trait, so it's not something that you only see, in him. He certainly does have a lot more personality than most, but it's not limited just to Marips. I mean, like I say, we've seen Hosanna do this, and
various others before him. So, as much as I enjoy him being the way that he is, it's not just a mutual or just an exclusive kind of thing to Marips, but he certainly has been a treat today. He's done kind of everything we could ask for in terms of an active, fun leopard. I feel bad almost like talking while we're sitting here, because it's almost like it's time for a little nap. And after the afternoon that he's had, who am I to disturb him on his little nappy that he's having? I think he's also quite enjoying the fact that all the cars have left now. It's nice and quiet. He's not got a lot of people kind of hanging around him, making too much noise. It's always a good place to be if you're a leopard, is when everybody goes. And I know we're still here, but generally we don't make nearly as much noise as a car with 6 guests on it and a guide and a tracker, and those vehicles, a lot more talking that takes place than what ours does. And when we're kind of not talking to you guys, we actually sit most of the time fairly quietly with the animals. We don't talk that much. Well, every now and then we do, but it's not crazy amounts. I'm almost half expecting him to kind of overbalance and fall off the side of that log, the way that his little tummy is. It almost looks like he's about to do so. You can see he's listening to the Egyptian geese. I wonder how many times he's been alarm called at by Egyptian geese, so I'm sure he knows their kind of call well because of that. That's why he'll pay attention to it, because not only is it, something that he can potentially eat and has shouted at him, but it's also something that potentially could indicate another animal coming his way. So it's always important that he kind of keeps his wits about him, as you've seen today. Another leopard can appear out of nowhere, so if he listens to the Egyptian geese and hears them making noise, then it's always a good thing to pay attention to. It's pretty though. Alright, well, we'll sit with him as long as we can. There are a few other vehicles that are thinking about coming our way. So we'll sit with him while we can and then probably carry on. Let's see what he gets up to while we do sit with him.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Well, we're still with Mareepson. He hasn't moved much at all. He's still doing his normal thing, just taking it very, very easy at this stage. Not even the sounds of the buffalo have really disturbed him. It seems as though he's pretty happy just to take it super easy and rest, basically, which is fair enough. Like I say, he's had a busy day, so I don't really expect him to get up to too much. And at the end of the day, if you're waiting for Mom to come back, this is as good a spot as any. Although, like I say, I'm not sure how much Mom is coming back to him these days. I know they've been seen together every now and then, and I know yesterday she was kind of looking for him, but it seemed like a half-hearted attempt by the sounds of things. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It'll be interesting to see if it's the slow kind of process is happening now where she's going to kind of start moving on a little bit, and hunger will force him to hunt by himself. And once she knows he's hunting, then, you know, that process typically ends quite fast after that. You're asking, do leopards have different marks than their cubs? So there's a study that is going on about spot transference to see if and when if leopards do pass on some sort of genetic with the spots particularly. But yeah, nothing concrete as yet. Certainly seems like there's the odd spot that is passed down from mother and father towards the cub. But they will have their own unique pattern, all of them. They'll never be a complete replica. If you look at us as humans, we don't have the complete same look as our parents. You'll have little bits of and attributes of them, but it's never exactly the same. So you can think of the spot pattern on a leopard much like a fingerprint if you want to. It's unique to every individual. How cool is this? They're just sitting with him as the last sort of sounds of the day start to dissipate. He does, doesn't he, Jessica? I think I would agree with you. He does look like melted ice cream on a cone, or melting ice cream on a cone. The way he's kind of just flopping both sides of the kind of branch. I just like how those little paws are kind of kicked out underneath the back there.
I think you just make it his way slowly. Thanks for deciding for me, Dan.
You comfortable, boy? Sorry, somebody's just calling me on the radio. Just give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm sure they just want to come into the sighting. Yeah, Peter, just make your way straight along towards the eastern side of the dam, in front of room 11 and 7, yeah. You'll find a static.
Hey, Tris, I'll see you now. Thanks, man.
No worries. So yeah, just making sure because we're the only vehicle now, unfortunately, we need to have the radio on for people that are coming in. When other vehicles are around, then we generally just hand over the sightings to them, so that we don't obviously disturb all of you guys while we're talking to you. But when it's just us, it's always good just to kind of keep everybody in the loop, so we don't kind of have people wondering what's going on or trying to get to us or anything like that. I'm sure he's going to open his eyes now when this other vehicle arrives.
I'm going to leave the motor in Ngala lock. We were vocalizing. Yeah, so direct on 6 and going inside.
His ears are working already, so he's hearing the car coming. So the eyes starting to open now as well. I don't think it's very comfortable for him to sit like that. So I find that he's probably just kind of trying to figure a way to be balanced, but also he wants to bring his paw up to maybe kind of keep his leg from going dead, and also to be able to have his head on his paw. Probably be a lot more comfortable if that's the case. So that's maybe why he's kind of lying the way that he is for now. But we'll see whether or not he moves. It's kind of been doing this where he lifts his paw up a little bit and then it drops back down again when he tries to drop his head. I wonder if he's not watching. Often a lot of Ngala that walk around the lodge. So it could be that. I thought it was very possible that his personality changes once he reaches maturity. They generally become a lot more serious when they reach maturity. If you look at like Hosana and Tamba at the moment, and they're not the same cats as what we saw here, not nearly as goofy as what they were. Now it's, territory marking, finding females, making sure that they are doing what male leopards do. They'll still have kind of little moments here and there, but they definitely don't have the same antics as what you see from bigger from younger, smaller leopards. So you'll find that they become a lot more serious about their role in the leopard world, and they tend to try and kind of stick to that as much as possible. In saying that though, when I had Osana the other day, he was rolling on his back and just generally being his normal self. So, maybe a little bit does transcend into dominance. Now, a lot of you probably won't know this, but when we were kind of looking for Hosana on Singita in Ottawa, we came to a dam, and there was actually a leopard cub at this dam, and that leopard cub, no one knew about it. I say cub, it's not like a little 3-month-old cub. That leopard must be easily 8-9 months already. But this leopard cub, which is still obviously dependent on its mom, is more than likely Nkangala's daughter or son. We couldn't actually get an idea. It was too far to see. We saw it twice. But Nkangala has only mated with Hosana that anyone knows about. So it's kind of, and where that is and where he was, and his tracks go to right where the cub was during the night, and we found the cub there again the next day. So all indications point to the fact that Hosana is actually a dad now, and that little cub could be his first offspring, which is very, very cool to hear. And the area that he was moving was just kind of circles around the central water point where this cub was kind of hanging out waiting for mom, which a good indication that, you know, he knows about the cub and he's pretty happy to kind of spend time around it and protect that area. So that's pretty exciting news. Hopefully, you know, the guys will be able to get scat samples and do the DNA testing and pantheric and confirm it, but it's, for all intents and purposes, looks like that he might be a dad now, which is pretty cool. Alright, well, we sit with Marips and see what he gets up to and whether or not he's going to kind of carry on being a little poser. Let's send you across to Dyke, who's found himself a big animal.
Oh, look here, we just found the elephant with the beautiful sunset on the background. These animals grazing peacefully there. If you look at the forehead, if you've been with us for the last 20 minutes or so, you can see what I've been talking about with the two bulls we saw earlier. See how flat the forehead is. This is definitely a female, like I said. You can tell the sexes from a distance by looking at the forehead, the shape of the forehead, because the cows have this much flatter or square forehead, and the bulls have this roundish forehead. As you can see, every now and then she's flapping the ears while she's grazing there. So there's lots of veins on her ears, so their blood circulates through those ears. But they use those ears like a radiator, so it's cooling herself down as she's moving, which is just behind her. You can see, if you look under those trees, you can just pick up a little movement there that shows this animal is not on her own. Definitely female elephants will be rarely by themselves unless animal is sick or something wrong with the animal. So she is part of a herd, of which so far we can see movement of two animals behind that bush, of which definitely part of the herd. So there may be more animals here. There's another one joining in. As you look to the right, there's another one that's feeding peacefully in the bushes there. Isn't that amazing? Such a big animal can hide behind these trees and you can barely see them. This is also another young one, of which feeding there, and will grow much bigger than these in size, of which they can get up to maybe 6.5 tons record, which is a large land mammal. And these animals will live about 65, 70 years, which they have these 6 sets of molar teeth, which they just keep weighing off until they get their last set of teeth around about 45, 50 years. This is when they switch off their diet, mostly tend to eat more grass. As you can see, these guys coming out of that bush tend to eat more grass than anything else, because they also know they're going through their last set of teeth, and these have to see them through 15, 20 years, otherwise they die of starvation. So it's just curious though to come to us like these animals. Sometimes they come to you instead of you going towards them. The more they come to you, and then they feel more comfortable that way, instead of pushing to drive much closer to him. And young ones like this, they sort of like very curious, they want to investigate. Elephants have an amazing sense of smell. Like in winter, during some very heavy drought, I've watched an elephant walking through the bush. There was hardly anything with leaves on the ground, and all of a sudden the elephant stopped and started kicking the sand with his front foot, and all of a sudden he picked up a tubus, like a root thing, a roundish thing, and then put it in his mouth. That's how good these animals can pick up stuff, even under the ground. Sometimes they'll be walking down because we have the Timbavati, which is a dry riverbed, walking down this river. And then there are spots where the water level is a bit higher. And then those immediately, all of a sudden, stop and start digging, and they find the water. That's how good their sense of smell is. As you can see, throwing a dust on his back, that looks even more beautiful with the sun set behind this animal. So that's part of cooling down, also chasing the flies away, the way he's throwing the dust on his back. That's really beautiful. You don't often get to see these animals do that, because sometimes they'll go wallow in mud for the same reason, for cooling, and then they'll go throw the dust on their backs. So the reason for that, they want the mud to stay moist on their body for a long time, especially in the heat of the day, after wallowing in mud, and then they'll throw the dust so it covers the mud on their bodies. The reason for wallowing in mud is cooling, as I said. Yeah, we're just going to carry on and see if we can pick up some lambs or stop somewhere and listen for alarm calls. And while we do that, we're going to go over to John and see what John can surprise us with.
So we have just come across two beautiful big old buffalo bulls, what we refer to as Duggar boys. And as you can see, we're at water. It seems like we got here just a minute too late. They have finished their drink and are slowly but surely starting to move off again. It's quite interesting to watch, because if you look at just the body language of the animals, certainly the one closest to the water, he seems to be following a scent trail. You see it's a well-worn path that he's walking on, but definitely walking with nose to the ground. So perhaps there's been another couple of buffalo here earlier on, and he's figuring out where they've gone to. But a real powerhouse of the African bushveld. And there's his buddy. So this animal is known by most people. It's probably the most feared of the big African mammals. You know, when you're on foot to them, they can be a little bad-tempered. But I'm not sure if I'm in full agreement. I know they can be potentially very dangerous animals, but it is more typically these older guys, the guys that have left the herds, usually bullied out by the younger, stronger bulls that are always fighting for a position. And rather than keep on fighting and with old age end up being bullied, they tend to wander off and live out their retirement on their own little groups of ones and twos. But yeah, what a lovely scene. Let me see if I can turn around. We might catch up with them again. So we're just a second too late to them doing what any self-respecting buffalo likes to do after a nice walk in the water and a drink, have a good scratch. I'm going to keep driving towards where he's walking. I see there's lots of springbuck in there as well, so maybe we'll get a view of them all together. Let's see what happens.
How amazing this is. Just after the sun went behind the mountain, coming across this herd of elephants, as you can see the dust all over. What they're doing here, they're just digging the sand with their front foot and throwing the dust all over their bodies, trying to cool themselves down, as well as chasing the flies away. See, the little one is just mimicking, copying what the adults are doing, even though he's not that experienced. So he's just gonna learn as time goes on. But that was very fascinating, because that was started by one animal, and then they all came more or less to the same spot to do the same thing, which was very interesting. As you can see, it looks like they all have stopped now. So they're going to start feeding slowly away from this area. As you can see, these are very relaxed animals, though. You don't often see elephants do something like this. And normally these animals will just be grazing and browsing away while they're on the move. So this is something really interesting to see. As you can see, that one is just moved across the road, and then yeah, they're just gonna keep grazing and browsing through the whole night, as they need a lot to eat. So this is what these animals are gonna keep doing. And then we're hoping that after we leave, these animals will maybe find some lawns to sit with them and watch them hunt. It would be nice again to follow the cats through the night while they're on the move, because normally lions will be lying down the whole day. But as soon as the sun goes down, animals will try off to hunt. So let's look for lions and hope to follow them hunt tonight. Maybe get successful. You never know.
So here you can see a nice close-up of these two massive buffalo bulls. I mean, the guy closest to us, you can just see his size. He is a really, really big buffalo. And what they are doing now is this part of the world at very specific times of year lacks any real mineral content. So just to try and keep animals healthier, help them through this very tough winter season. What a lot of reserves will do is put out a salt lick and a mineral block, and it's just to keep their systems going. In particular, the mineral block, it will aid with, it'll help stimulate their digestive system to help them process the much drier vegetation that's lacking a huge amount of nutrient. It's predominantly going to be fiber more than anything. So at this time of year, a little bit of a boost for animals, and everybody comes to them, or most animals come to these licks, and they'll be spread throughout the area. And you'll find it throughout, all the way through the Kalahari, people will be doing this, just to try and help the animals keep their condition up for this what is typically a very tough season now. I did mention earlier that it's typically the older males you see like this on their own, and these are the ones that people would say are the more dangerous of the buffalo. Nazreen, buffalo are big, heavy animals, so you're looking at about 600-700 kilograms. Big males, technically speaking, could be a little bit more than that. But on average, you'd be looking at an animal that's about 600 or 700 kilograms in weight. So not an animal that should be messed with. And there you can see the two of them having a little bit of a disagreement about whose mineral block it is. But we're going to enjoy this. Always nice to see big old Cape buffalo have a bit of a push and a shove. But for now, we're going to send you across to Tristan.
Well, from one set of buffalo to another, except these buffalo have a little spotty friend that is approaching them because, well, if it wasn't enough to fight with a leopard, play with a hyena, chase a francolin, lie on a log, we now need to go and chase buffalo too, or at least go and interact with buffalo. Don't think he's going to get very far with this, but there you can see him slinking off. I'll try catch up with him just so we can kind of get the two of them together. You can see the buffalo here in front, nice big herd of them, and him kind of just approaching along. So we'll try and kind of get a cool two-shot of the two of them sort of towards each other. I'm just going to go above him a little bit, just so we don't block another vehicle's view slightly. And we'll be able to get him and the buffalo. Probably is going to be around this corner, is going to be better as he walks past. Just do that. No, he's decided he's not going to go after buffalo. Instead, he's going to slink around our side and come say hello. Hello, little Maves. How are you doing? And under the car. There you go. What are you doing under the car? You're just doing what you want, don't you? This cat is another story. I remember when people used to think he was shy. It just shows to show with a bit of patience and a bit of effort, you can eventually get it right. But the buffalo are not going to be worried about this cat, I can promise you that much. They're pretty chilled. They have probably seen leopards before, and they know a leopard doesn't really pose much of a threat. So he's basically just watching buffalo. The buffalo, I think, are quite aware of him at this stage. And so everybody's just taking it quite easy. Awesome to see herds of buffalo again. Look, he's kind of trying to stalk towards them. You silly boy. He's another story of this cat. But it's clever that he's going that way. It's much better for him because where we are here is no trees. You see there's nothing in front. There's only that tree right near the buffalo. So if the buffalo chase him, he's got nowhere to go. Whereas this way, he's got an ability to pop up into the trees that are all here, the termite mounds. It's all good places to be. Luckily, the guys in front are also being really nice to us and not shining their lights. So we don't have to worry too much about spotlights on him at this stage, which is nice. So waterbuck bull that is in this area. Just kind of slide in here next to them, and we'll be able to get a nice kind of view of him sort of slinking towards buffalo. There you go, so you can see the buffalo in the distance and him. You silly cat. You're not allowed to take on buffalo, they're too big. Sorry about all the dust, everybody. It's that time of the year where it gets a little dusty, and the buffalo are kicking up their own dust as well as obviously us. So it just gets in front of the infrared lens and picks up the light. So if it's a bit kind of almost looks like it's steamy, it's just dust. It'll dissipate now when we kind of settle down for a bit. Isn't that cool, though? We've had the most ridiculous afternoon when it comes to animal interactions. I mean, one leopard has interacted with so many different species. Wildflower, you're right. Marif's motto is go big or go home, for sure. He certainly has done that today. Like I say, I mean, there's not many places in the world where you can get interaction like this, where you get a leopard interacting with another leopard, with hyenas, with buffalo, with francolins, guinea fowl. It's just kind of been pretty epic, and even with us to a degree, you know, walking under the car and those kind of things are all part and parcel, you know, of interactions for him. But there's, like I say, very few places where you can get this interspecies kind of interaction that we get here. We're fortunate in many respects that we do. Look at that, though. Isn't that magic? A leopard with a buffalo herd in the background. Amazing. I think he's actually noticed the waterbuck bull, which is what he's actually looking at now. He's decided that the buffalo too big and a waterbuck bull seems like a far better idea. I saw the waterbuck bull get up and walk off just now. So that maybe is what's on the menu instead of buffalo meat. Even that is too big for him though. He needs to start graduating from scrub hares to duiker and steenbok before he starts trying to chew off baby buffalo and waterbuck. But like you see, he's stalking. What are you doing? This cat. Wondering if his buffalo, when they do kind of notice him, if it'll be enough to just cause a bit of a stir to kind of try and chase him up a tree or something. I've seen them chase leopards up sort of fallen over trees and termite mounds. Alright, let's try and catch up with him because it's getting quite dark there for the infrared. Out of range slightly. So we'll just try and kind of keep up with them. Luckily, we don't really need lights too much to see what's going on. I might just use my side light a little bit just so I don't plow into a hole or a massive stump. Because there's a few of those on this clearing and it's getting dark enough now that I can't really see much. But luckily with the infrared I can kind of see what's going on in front of me. Where did he go now? The last I saw him was in front. There he is in front. I think the buffalo are a bit shy of us as well coming through the grass because they know at this time of the day vehicles off-roading could very well mean lions in the area, so they're typically a little bit more nervy of cars at night than they are during the day. But he's just off on my left-hand side. So cool. Herd of buffalo and a young male leopard. Very epic. So he's got himself into a nice little spot there. The buffalo won't notice him in there. Wouldn't it be cool if he went up a tree? I think he's going to. Oh. Spending time with these cats is just, I mean, it's not a great tree by any stretch of the imagination, but that little tail kind of dangling with the buffalo in the background is super cool. But there's very few animals that you get this kind of interaction with, and it's why I like spending time with them. A lot of people, probably wonder why we're so besotted with these cats, but this afternoon is prime reason, is that it's been a hot day, but yet there's been a busy cat the whole afternoon. It's not like he's just slept his time away, and both lions and leopards can spend all afternoon sleeping, and lions can be active in the afternoon like he has, but it's generally that leopards are a little bit more active than the lions themselves. I'm just going to try reposition, see if we can't get a view of him other than just a hot spot in the tree, because he's chosen an absolutely ridiculous one to go up. But I expect that he's just watching the buffalo from in here. Where are you even? I can't even see him in it. Oh, there he is. What are you doing? Mareeps. This cat. Yeah, so you're going to come down. Not a comfy tree. You chose badly, boy. You can just see that little candy cane tail. Are you going to sleep like that, really? I wonder if he's going to come out. He's going to come out now. Yep. Out the other side. Silly boy. It's not a nice tree. You have all these beautiful marula trees with nice big branches that you can sleep in, and you choose the most ridiculous apple leaf that you could find. Yes, such is life. All right, well, we'll continue to sit with Marips. And hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. It seems like it's a bit quiet, but yeah, we'll continue to sit with him and let's see what he gets up to.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I am thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Davy and I are just sitting here at Gowrie Dam, having a great time watching the hippos. They've got really, really active. We had a gorgeous sunset for you all, but sadly that has long disappeared. It's now dark. Oh, you've still got an orange band on the horizon. And the hippos have just been splashing and vocalizing, getting active because, well, they're primarily nocturnal. I'm sure they're going to get ready to come out of the water soon and start feeding on all the deliciousness around the dam. I put my little bat down, laid him to rest, or laid her, I think. And I hope you found that interesting. Just an animal that we don't really get to discuss too much here. There's lots of different organisms that we don't see that are here, and we don't get the chance to talk about them because we really don't see them. But as many of you know, Gowrie Dam is just north of Quarantine. So we just wanted to spend a little bit of time here listening. We've not had too much luck this afternoon, so we thought let's just listen, see what we can pick up on. And then we are going to head to Quarantine and see if we can see signs of anybody moving. Marips is having quite the chaotic day, isn't he? What an inquisitive little leopard. Other leopards, hyenas, buffalo. My goodness, Marips. Look at that advertisement for Viotella. The perfect reflections. can see the ripples. They're all caused by the hippos. There's no wind, there's nothing else that could be causing those really large ripples across the water surface. It's the movement of the hippos. Tami, no, they can't. But I mean, that should be fairly obvious from the size of their lungs. If you look at a baby hippo in comparison to an adult hippo, I mean, the size difference is really quite spectacular. They're tiny when they're born, really, really small, which means they're going to have a very small pair of lungs. And naturally, the sort of oxygen capacity in those lungs is going to be far, far smaller. And the sort of techniques that they need to use to be able to stay underwater. I got my freediving qualification, and there's different techniques, physiological techniques that you can train your body in order to increase that oxygen capacity of your lungs, which means you can actually stay underwater longer. You can actually train yourself to breathe the way you used to when you were a baby, using your diaphragm. As you grow up, as you become an adult, as a human, you actually sort of stop breathing that deeply using the diaphragm and muscular contractions. You start to use very, very shallow breathing, if you think, rather than big long breaths and pushing that stomach right out when you inhale. So take a big breath right now, but as you inhale, push out your stomach as if you were trying to look pregnant. That's you pulling your diaphragm down, which is increasing the lung capacity. It's quite difficult to explain without a demonstration, but there's different techniques if you want to learn to become a freediver that we definitely don't do on a normal day-to-day basis. And of course, hippos don't exactly do that, but they do go through physiological changes, training those lungs. So as a baby hippo, it can stay under about 40 seconds, which is still quite impressive. And as an adult, they can stay down at around 5 to 6 minutes, which is very impressive. So it's all about development of the lungs, getting bigger, so the lungs get bigger, and then, of course, physiological training to hold in all of that oxygen. I think we're going to leave the dam now, bumble to quarantine. You never know, we might get lucky, but I know someone who has got lucky, and that is Tristan.
Well, this is absolutely ridiculous. There you can see Mareeps now. Just watch how close the buffalo are. You silly sausage. I'm sorry I'm laughing at you, boy, but there's no ways you can take on a buffalo. I think the buffalo is so nervous for the cat's mouth. Just ridiculous. I mean, he must have been about 2 meters. If that was a lion, it would have been, you know, kill and, well, not kill, but on the back of the buffalo. I don't know if there's more buffalo coming. It sounds like there might be. Yeah, there are more coming. Let's see how close they come. And watch, he'll just duck his head down into the grass. Unless, of course, they get too close. So they're coming from left to right. Let's see. I think he might have to move because they're on a crash course with him on the left-hand side. Let's see now. They should come into frame now. Isn't that ridiculous? You're not calling? You guys can hear the hyena calling. It's echoing down the valley. What a magic scene. Leopard, buffalo, hyenas calling, hippos grunting. What a way to finish a day. Very so adventurous. I mean, look at that. Ridiculous. Just walking past 2 buffalo bulls, don't mind me, no fear in the world, or Vigo. Let me try catch up with him before he gets out of the IR range. I actually might just leave him now. Not because I want to, but he's getting towards the camp now, and if he's hunting and stuff, all we're doing is just making a noise for him. So I might just let him kind of carry on. I also can't see a thing while I'm driving, and I don't really want to put too much light on him, but I kind of need to see where I'm going. Okay, I can see where he is, and I can see that I don't have to worry about logs. So I'm just going to go nice and slow. He's just off to my right-hand side. The buffalo are peeling off as well. No, he's following them. This is ridiculous. He's actually following the buffalo, like walking in a line with them. He's behind over here, somewhere there, and the buffalo are going up the road. The dust is not ideal, because if we zoom in on him, unfortunately we won't see very much. Oh no. It's almost as to say, but why can't I follow you guys? Why can't I be friends? Tandy, I think you need to come get your son before he gets himself into a big trouble. At this rate, he's just all over the place. He's listening to others now, and are coming his way. A lot of you are saying this has been such an epic sighting with him. It has been. It's been most joyous. I haven't had a proper leopard sighting of this kind of adventure in a while. He's been all over the place and doing all kinds of cool stuff, from interacting to just being cute on his log to, well, just kind of taking your breath away by walking past the car. So it's just been a bit of everything. This evening he really has done a good job of entertaining us. There's more buffalo coming now. They're going to pass in front of the car here, so I don't know. I mean, you can see there's one going in front of him, but there should be one that's going quite close to where he is. No, it's passing behind us instead, I think. I don't know if you guys can hear it coming through the grass. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my head down. There we go. One of the big bulls. So the one that you're hearing at the moment is thrashing a tree next to us. That fella right there. I wonder if Marips has moved, because these buffalo should be he should be between the two of them now. Where is he? Somewhere there. That one's sniffing some other. There he is. You see his little eyes and spots on the right of the frame. Oh, Marips. You're in the firing line, boy. Oh no, he's gonna get... Look at that. Isn't that ridiculous? Yes, buffalo, we saw that you saw the leopard, don't worry. It's a leopard. You don't need to worry about it. I don't know where he's gone. He's kind of run off in that direction. You can see how much dust there is. Is that him there wandering towards the tree? Yes. All right, I think let's leave him here. Unfortunately, it's just going towards the camp, and it gets quite difficult there to drive without having any semblance of light, and I don't want to be shining on him with buffalo around. That will maybe panic them, and I think we've been so spoiled, so I think it's time just to let him have his evening on his own. Crazy cat. Alright, well, I'm going to try and negotiate the buffalo herd and not get chased like the Mareeps did. Hopefully we'll be able to make it out without having too many issues.
Yeah, as you can see now, it's gotten dark, so if you look, I'm using the spotlight, of which this is trying to pick up some animals' eyes because they do reflect the light. But yeah, otherwise with the spotlight, we don't shine the light with many animals that are active during the day. We're so lucky we have the infrared. We can view anything, day to night animals, without the spotlight. So we're hoping that we'll find something really interesting now, like predators have gotten up and becoming more and more active. So all we're looking for now is mostly the nocturnal animals like lions, leopards, hyenas, jackals, some of the small cats like the African wild cat, Janet, civet, serval, caracal, aardvark if we're lucky. It will be really nice to see one of those because I haven't seen one for quite some time. Bush babies, which is the smaller primate, and we only have the lesser bush baby around here. So that's what I'm looking for as I'm shining spotlight left and right. As you can see, once in a while I'll be shining up trees because these animals like bush babies will be up trees, maybe chameleon, and the genet sometimes can be in the trees. Don't forget the owls because they come out at night. Birds like the nightjars, it will be really nice to see an owl or a nightjar, maybe one of those small cats of which we don't get to see them very often though. So let's hope we'll see either one of the big cats hunting, and then that will be nice. Yeah, we're gonna carry on down this road, see what else we can find. Lion will be nice hunting. Yeah, I'm just gonna carry on. I'm hoping that we'll find something really interesting. Like no one has seen the lions this afternoon. So we're gonna move into that sort of area that those animals were last seen last night. If they caught something, they might be still in the block. Maybe like now hyenas are becoming active. If the lions are on a kill, you might hear hyenas calling each other to try and come together as a clan to try and chase the lions away from the carcass. Otherwise, if they didn't come across or catch something last night, we might be lucky to find them on the road while they're on the hunt. Let's hope one of the two things happen. Either we'll hear hyenas calling each other and then to gang up and go against the lions, maybe come across these lions on the road while they're on the hunt. So it will be really nice. But I'd love to see some of the small cats that I mentioned earlier, of which this is something that you don't get to see very often, more especially with this long grass, as you can see here, unless one of these cats is on the road, because they're so small. If it's not on the road, it's going to be really difficult for us to see one along here. So we'll carry on searching and see what else we can find. While we do that, let's go over to John.
So we are well past sunset here at Tswalu Kalahari, and the temperature has dropped considerably. But obviously we're just enjoying this last few minutes of light. It's always incredible to watch the sunrise and sunset in this part of the world, how quickly it comes up and how quickly it goes down. But typically we have light for a little bit longer than that. So just enjoying this last bit of afternoon light and getting ready for a bit of the night action to start. It's always a tough one to answer that. With wild lions, I mean, we like to think we know a lot about their behavior, but every now and then they do surprise us. In terms of strange things, I've seen them trying to hunt animals that are way out of their normal hunting range. You know, big creatures like elephants and hippos, and I've seen them going after things like crocodiles. I've seen them being scared off by warthogs. So difficult to say what's the strangest behavior I've seen. Yeah, always a tough one for me because we're so spoiled with what we see. It's difficult to pick out one individual thing. Yeah, tough question, but nice one to ask. In fact, just going back to that question, one of the things I have seen is I've seen a lion who through injury, through fighting, had lost one of his eyes. And you know, it was a very odd thing watching him adjust to only having one eye. So their eyesight in a lot of ways is similar to ours. They've got binocular vision, they can judge distance. So watching him with one eye, he'd have to continuously turn his head to the side to see where he was going. And as he was figuring this all out, we watched him, and it sadly a little amusing, but watching him falling into aardvark holes and stepping into water, doing things he wouldn't be too comfortable doing. But amazingly, he adjusted well and continued to live a good, healthy life. He's just got a beautiful hyena next to us here. So yeah, caught me a little bit off guard there. But a big female spotted hyena. What's interesting about this particular animal, not that I know her individually, but you might notice she's got a radio telemetry tracking collar on. So at Tswalu Kalahari, we do a huge amount of research out here. There's a permanent station for researchers, and there's a huge amount of research always ongoing. And an animal like this wearing a telemetry tracking collar, it'll be for a monitoring purpose, part of a research program. But that's a lucky find, just to suddenly stumble into a spotted hyena. I think a question a lot of people ask is whether or not that collar is of any impact on the animal. Believe it or not, it isn't. It might take them a day to adjust. They'll realize there's something different. But for an animal of that size and that strength and that weight, it's on tight enough that it can't slip off and harm the animal. It's on tight enough that they can't get a foot or anything stuck in there. But certainly not of any weight or consequence that it's of any concern to them. But yeah, a very lucky bonus just to bump into a hyena on our way in. But we're going to keep going. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone. My name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Yeah, we still haven't had any luck. Busy searching, see if we can find any predator like lions or leopard or any of the nocturnal animals around here. But otherwise, if anything, I'm so happy we've covered quite a few different roads this afternoon. So even if we don't get lucky, let's hope tomorrow is going to be the day for us because we've driven so many roads. Each and every track or footprints, whatever, it's a lion or leopard tracks that we're going to see on either of these roads that we've driven this evening will be from on top of our vehicle tracks. So we'll have a better chance to maybe go down on foot and track these animals and see what they were up to during the night. So this is a good thing that we've covered mostly quite a few roads this evening, but I haven't lost hope. Something can happen along this road, so yeah, I'd say, Nancy, mornings are cool because you've got more daylight, so you can see better. But otherwise, if you're gonna look for nocturnal animals, it will be the afternoon drive because you stay out until this time of the evening. This is when the predators go off to hunt. As you can see, we're just searching with the spotlight to see if we can have any luck finding any of the predators and try follow them, watch them what they do. But definitely if you find a leopard or lion by this time of the evening, they'll definitely be trying to look for food. So depending on what animals you want to see, and then if you like nocturnal animals and see them hunting, I'd recommend the afternoon drive because you stay out until this time. Yeah, we're just gonna carry on down this road and still hoping that we'll find something really interesting down this road because we haven't been looking in some of the areas, but we've covered most of the areas, of which even if the lions are in this area, they're possibly still in the block, because there's no sign of them coming on either of these roads that we've driven so far. But let's hope this is about time they get up and start to move. If we're lucky, we might come across them. I've driven down the road sometime a couple of weeks ago, and then all of a sudden I saw one lion coming into the road from the bushes, and I thought that was the only lion, and another one came, and they all joined and started to move and started to hunt as well, because this is that time when they start to hunt. So yeah, let's hope to find something down this road. As you can see, using the spotlight, trying to see what we can see, but I haven't seen any eyes. Bush baby will be nice because they're very cute little animals, to watch them jumping from one branch to another. And that would be very nice if we can see one of those, or a Janet, which is a beautiful cat, one of the small spotted cats along this road. But sometimes there's hyenas are also moving as well, because they'll be lying down. Yeah, I'm just gonna carry on and try my luck down this road. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna go over to Lauren.
Let's bumble, Dawi. We have had some wildebeest standing perfectly still, but of course, they just get up and move naturally. Getting ready to hunker down for the night. Of course, the wind has really picked up. Just in the past, I would say 15 minutes or so, it's actually got quite windy. I see eye shine. Do you see the animals? Oh, they're a little bit nervous. Our wild beasts. You can see they're all following each other. No one wants to be left behind. Not tonight. Not any night. What is that? Is it a diker? Yes, it is. We're not going to put any spotlight on you, diker. Eye shine. I think a little bit over to the left, Avi. They're all hunkered there. I mean the right, sorry. The other left, that is. Yes, there we go. I get confused between my right and my left there. Tristan, hello. We're going to end drive with you then. Tristan was just being naughty there. Hi, Morgan. Hello. You guys had a great drive.
Hi.
Was it fabulous?
Was fabulous.
Was fabulous. Oh, we've got some... Tristan just tried to sneak up on Davi and push him, so we're going to... Tristan, those views are very delightful of your nose. You have a nice nose. Did anyone ever tell you that before? You guys are going to beat us to dinner. I'm jealous.
We'll go slowly, don't worry. We'll
okay.
Same.
I don't want to eat your dust. You go.
No, I'm going to go very slowly so you don't have dust.
No. Oh, dear. I have to say it is a joy to be back in camp. Life feels very family orientated once again, I must say. Tristan and Davi have quite the relationship after their little trip to the Serengeti together, but we're not going to go into any details. They do wear matching jackets.
We do.
You do. Some would say it's a bromance. Have you heard of that before, Davi?
I'm very familiar.
It's not romance, it's a bromance.
Very familiar.
Anyway, we are giving you a view of grass, which is really not ideal. I think the wild beasts also got a fright when Tristan tried to give a fright to Davy, so now the camera's on me with that bright spotlight. We don't have anything else to show you at the end of the drive. Wasn't really a lucky drive for Davy and I, but we did have a bat. Didn't we, Dav?
Oh, my favorite.
Yeah, it was super interesting. Tristan got all the luck today, and I'm so glad he did. Anyway, it's come to that time of the drive where we must say goodbye, but please do join us tomorrow for the sunrise safari. Until then, good night.